Hello and welcome to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced business world, managing taxes efficiently is essential for organizations. SAP Vertex on S/4HANA offers a robust solution for handling tax processes seamlessly within the SAP environment. Today, we're diving into the intricacies of SAP Vertex on S/4HANA. SAP Vertex is a powerful tax solution integrated with S/4HANA, a leading enterprise resource planning system. Together, they streamline tax processes for businesses, ensuring compliance and efficiency. Tax laws change frequently, risking hefty penalties for non-compliance. Businesses spend 20 hours weekly on tax tasks. SAP Vertex on S/4HANA slashes this workload by 50%. Accurate tax calculations are crucial for smooth operations. Leveraging SAP Vertex minimizes errors, saves time, and boosts the bottom line. In this course, we'll cover everything you need to know about SAP Vertex on S/4HANA. From installation and configuration to best practices for tax optimization, we've got you covered. Stay tuned as we unpack each topic step by step. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction to SAP Vertex and its significance. 2. Introduction of native tax setup in SAP. 3. Define tax procedure and condition types. 4. Creation of tax codes and tax rate maintenance. 5. Deferred tax overview and configuration. Let's dive in.
Today we are going to let know about what is Vertex. Okay, how the Vertex is basically the tax engine, how it works. Okay, we'll know what is the overview of the Vertex. Okay, why so many organizations are running into our external tax engines like a Vertex or OneSource, right? We have the same setup in SAP, but still why so many organizations are running into Vertex. We can see that overview first on the Vertex side, then slowly by tomorrow we can start the configuration and Vertex side. We have two versions in Vertex. Okay, one is O series, right? The second one is Vertex Cloud version. Okay, we have two types of versions in a Vertex. One is O series version and one is Cloud version. Okay, this Vertex system will provide with a very range of tax determinations. For example, you wanted to automate your taxations. You don't want to use your manual process for your tax process. Okay, so Vertex will help to automate your tax determination for any ERPs. Whether you can integrate it with a different ERPs like SAP or Oracle, PeopleSoft, Microsoft Dynamics. You can integrate with any kind of the ERPs. Okay. So and this Vertex system is a very friendly user system. Okay, and you can allow and you can integrate with any of the other organization systems. And this is basically a web application system. Okay. Normally SAP you can open only 5 to 6 sessions, right? Max. But in Vertex you can open into multiple sessions. Because this is a web application session, you can open multiple sessions at a time. Okay. Right.
Okay.
And also it is very friendly user system. Okay. And don't worry, so it's very easy when you practice. Like in SAP also it looks very simple, right? But when you're doing practice, it will have some complexity, right? The same way Vertex is a very friendly system. Okay, so you can operate very easily and the navigation also very simple. Okay, but I'll show you by sharing that Vertex system and everything where you have to log in, right? For if you need any support from Vertex, how we can do and everything we can learn going forward.
SAP, we have a different environment. You must be knowing like development, quality, and testing,
Yeah.
and production. So is there any environment like that similar in Vertex?
Yeah, we have R3 system, right, in SAP. The
Yes.
same way Vertex also will have the 3 system. Okay. This is the development, quality, and the production. So the development will integrate to your SAP dev system. Okay. And the same also it is also for your QA system. The same for your production system as well. So in Vertex also we have 3 systems: dev, quality, and production. So each system will integrated with your ERP system. Okay. For each system again, you need a specific. Yeah. Yes, please.
Sir, go ahead. My question is the next question. Sir.
Okay. For each system, you need a separate username and password. Okay. So you can also for the quality as well, say username and password. Yeah, please. And you can ask.
Okay. So you mentioned the O series and the cloud version, right? So what is O series? Is it like a
I'll tell you. I'll go to your our full sessions, right?
Okay.
I'll show you what is O series. See, before O series also we have P series, Q series, and now the latest version is O series, which is 9. I'll show you, okay, what is O series and why we have to migrate from Q series to O series. I'll cover up in our going session. Okay.
So Santosh, maybe the fundamental question. Okay.
Yeah.
Why Vertex? Why Vertex in SAP? Okay.
Yeah, that is what I'm going to teach you here. The first thing, to automate your taxation. Okay. To automate your tax determination, we use Vertex. Okay. Because just assume that, for example, you are posting any invoice, for example, a vendor invoice. So if you are using an SAP, okay. So every time you will enter the tax form manually unless your P2P process will use the automate. Okay. Some clients are using, they have not used any condition records on the P2P side. So they want to as a manual thing. Okay. So in that case, they have to select the tax code each and every invoice, right? Each and every line item or header level, right? So those we can overcome with the help of Vertex. So you no need to enter any tax code while you posting any invoice or any sales order or anything on SAP side. The Vertex system can automatically send the tax code and the tax rate to your ERP system. Okay. And one and two, what the tax compliance point of view, we use Vertex. Right? You know, right? So only for US, North America, and Canada. So these are the customers, right? These are the countries we'll use as a Vertex system for the direct tax claims returns, right? For other countries, we will download some VAT reports from your native SAP, means your SAP system, and you will file them. But only for North America and Canada, you will use Vertex for the tax compliance or tax returns. Okay, and also this is a user-friendly system, and which is very simple to operate. So user-friendly system, and don't feed too much to your auditors. That means if you use Vertex, the Vertex system don't have any issues with the tax rates or tax codes. Okay, so there are very less chances to do some manual intervention even your tax reports, right? So there is very less options to the auditors to correct your VAT reports. Or you no need to do any explanation, no need to give any explanations to your auditors. So this is based on the totally Vertex reports. So Vertex also will take care your tax report files, everything.
Yeah, are there any other products like this within SAP, or only if we want to automate any taxation related things? So is Vertex is the only option?
Right? No. We have, see, in ERP we have so many systems, right? Like SAP, Oracle, right? Microsoft Dynamics, right? In the same way, and the tax engine also we have so many. Okay, like Vertex. You know about OneSource? OneSource is also one of the tax engine. Okay, like the both are the competitors.
Okay.
Like Avatax, you know, Avalara, right? And also we have Savos, right? And there is one more system, I guess. I don't remember. For now, I'll recall you. Maybe I'll let you know tomorrow. So OneSource, we call it as also Fabrics or TaxWeb. Okay. So these are the tax engines which we have in the market right now. So all the system only for our tax and servers will mainly use for the tax compliance point of view. And this Vertex and OneSource will use for your tax determination. And compliance as well. We can use both. Okay. Now here, so what overview of the, see, normally you have raised the question, right? Why we need to use Vertex? Why Vertex, right? So for to VAT determination capabilities, Vertex is very limited. For example, you wanted to set up some cross-border settings, right? Or plan server concepts, right? And intercompany billings and intercompany STO, right? So these many settings is very difficult to manage even in SAP system. So that is, we have very limited options in SAP. So that is the reason we use Vertex. And SAP also very limited drivers, right? For example, normally, for example, you wanted to hard code any customer or any material number or any plant or anything. So there are very limited, right? For example, if you want to exempt some customer, you will use a CTC as a 0, for example, right? In the master data. For material also, you will do the same. You will mention tax classification is 0, so that the system can understand it will give some 0 rate, right? Only these are the two options, and plant level also you have some option, right? You can also make it as exempt. But there are other factors, there are other drivers, so you can make them as an exempt or 0 rate. Those kind of flexibility we don't have in SAP. But we do have in Vertex where we can even if, for example, you wanted to hard code any driver, means any physical origin country, any material, any plant, or any sales or anything, you can exempt, you can make any 0 in Vertex. But those kind of flexibility we don't have in SAP. Okay. Like the partial logic equals to inaccurate determination. For example, in SAP, for example, you know, right, in COVID, we have so many rate changes in different countries, right? For example, in Germany, before COVID, we have 16%. Now it is changed to 19%, right? In Turkey, in Pakistan also, they are changed from 18 to 23%, right? And in Turkey, So in Turkey, they have changed it from 80 to 23%, I guess, right? Singapore, they have changed it from 8 to 10%. Like we have so many rates, so many rates have changed, right? For example, what you do if you are using an SAP, you will go and change the tax code manually, right? The rate manually, right? In the tax code at the tax code level, right?
Yes.
But in Vertex, no need to do any changes. The Vertex will automatically derive the correct tax codes, tax rates. You no need to do any changes in the tax rate.
So
that
Santosh,
is,
how to Vertex pick up the real-time tax rates from the market? Like, is there any configuration?
we'll go through those sessions, Priya. Okay, I'll show you how the system will know what is the rate for this particular country. How, for example, I said, right, so we have rates changes, right, in a different countries. How the system will know this rate change has been done. So where we have to update and how to update and everything, I'll show you one by one slowly in our going sessions. Okay. You don't worry about this tax information and how the setup we will do on the Vertex and everything. I take care, no problem. Okay.
Okay, sure.
I promise you, just you know Vertex very well after my session. Sure. Okay. And coming to you, so you always need some dependency on the IT side, right? So you always need to ask them to change this percentage in the tax code level because of due to some tax compliance and in our current country. So you always need some dependence on the IT side. But when you are use Vertex, you no need to wait for anyone. So regarding especially on the rate side, okay. So this is the general process for Vertex calculations. Okay. For example, if you see the host system, your SAP system or your any system like your ERP system. Okay. For example, so this is your host system and this is your O series. Okay. In between we have a tax interface, that is SIC. Okay. SIC is nothing but SAP integrate component. Okay. So in between your host system and Vertex, we have SIC. That SIC will integrate each other. So this host and your Vertex system. Okay. For example, you are creating any sales order or you're creating any vendor invoice, right? Normally you will pass some basic inputs, right? For example, company code, right? Or vendor number or GL number. If you are using a GL posting, you will use the GL number or you will enter the PO number, right? And along with the NPO, you have different material number, material code and everything, right? Material number or material code. And also you will send the destination countries as well, right? So this kind of data you will enter from your host system, right? From here. Once the data is received by your SIC, right? Here in SIC, we have some Java component. I'll show you in the next diagram. Okay. Once the SIC will receive a data, the data will goes to a tax GIS. GIS is nothing but geographical information system. So based on your input system, the Vertex input data, the Vertex will identify some jurisdiction. For example, what is the destination country? What is the administrative destination country? What is the physical origin country or administrative physical origin country, right? So those will identify in your Vertex and will go to the Citus. Citus is nothing but, Nexus? Any idea? Nexus? Which we'll use specially for US and Canada. Especially US, I guess. Nexus is, no, we don't. No problem. Nexus is nothing but Nexus will tell you where to collect the tax, right? To where to collect the tax. Like in Vertex also we have the Citus. Citus will tell you from which point of view, from where you have to collect the tax. So based on the Citus only your tax determination will happen. How that Citus will determine, okay? This is a predefined setup, okay, in Vertex, but I'll show you. I'll show you some transaction. I will post some transaction in Vertex, and I will show you how that Citus will trigger and how it will determine your tax rate. Okay. Once the data will goes to Citus, and Citus will determine your tax calculations, right? So means it will tell you the system. So this is a place you have to collect the tax. Once the Citus is decided, that will go to your tax engine, okay? And your tax engine will read all inputs, and it will read the Citus, your sending seller buyer details and seller sender details, okay? Your tax countries. So based on the country, it will determine, it will pick the rate, and it will send the data to your ERP system again with the help of interface. You know, right? In interface, we have some RFC connections, right? You know what is RFC? RFC is nothing but it's a remote function call. So that will help to send the data from one system to another system. Okay. So that will goes to your ERP system, and you can post that your invoice into your ERP system. And the same time also, for example, you are using the tax Vertex for especially for US and Canada, along with your ERP system also, the same tax means that the same posting transaction will posted into your Vertex database as well. Because end of the day, end of the month, you have to return your files, right? So you will report, you will pull the reports from your Vertex system. So that is the reason it will post in your database, in Vertex database as well. So this is the process how you will input data will go to Vertex and how it will determine a tax rate and everything in Vertex. So here, if you see, I said right. So we have a ECC, and I'll show you. You know what is the tax link areas in the SAP? Any idea? What are the triggering points on SAP? Like we have FI, SD, MM, and CRM, right? So these are the tax link areas, because these are the modules which will involve your tax, right?
So you're talking about Vertex Accelerator and Vertex CFA?
No, I'm not talking about accelerator. I'm not talking about the CFA. Just I'm telling, for example, generally I'm talking. So what are the triggering points? So like what are the modules which will cover for the taxes, right? So SD will come, for example, if you are doing if you are selling anything to the customer, right? Obviously the taxes will come to the picture. So that's your sales is one of the tax link area. Am I right? Yeah. Like in the sales, MM also is one of the tax link area, because you do some purchases from the external vendors, right? So in that case, you have to pay some taxes to the vendor. So MM is also one of the triggering point, right? And coming to FI, right? When you are for example, for some countries, okay, when you are do some down payment also, and the down payment also you will pay some taxes, right? When you do some clearing, documents clearing also, that time also you will pay some taxes. So again, your finance is a tax link area, right? So yeah, so we have an SAP system, your ECC or S4HANA system. Within that, we have a tax link area. Tax link area is nothing but your FI module and SD, MM, CRM. Okay, so these are the many means majorly tax link areas in SAP, right? Once. So in between, you see here, this is your SAP system, and this is your O series system. In between, we have SIC. SIC is nothing but your SAP interface component. So this interface component will help to integrate your SAP and Vertex, right? Again, when you are sending some data to your Vertex system, right? So that will come from your tax link area, right? So and that will goes to your SIC, and within SIC we have some Java components. Those Java components will help to change your input data into your XML. Okay, I'll show you how the XML file, what is the data you're sending from your SAP system to Vertex. Okay, I have some this thing. I'll show you that. Okay, so that will go to your tax engine. Again, your tax engine will read the jurisdictions and your input data, and it will capture some rates based on your input data, and it will send it to your SIC, and SIC will send to your SAP with the help of RFCs. So this is a data flow, right? So, and as says, right, Vertex will handle VAT, GST, sales tax, and the consumer use tax. CUT is nothing but consumer use tax. Okay. So this is the main diagram of SAP and Vertex, right? You see, in SAP, you do some order and invoice, right? For example, some clients are using accelerator. Now right, CFA. CFA is a chain flow accelerator, which is the updated version of the accelerator. Okay, so means by going forward, so that Vertex accelerator will decommission and they will replace with the CFA. CFA is nothing but chain flow accelerator. I'll show you how that Vertex accelerator system. Okay. Are you using accelerator or a CFA? I guess you are using.
We use both.
CFA, because yes. I know the CFA and Vertex, I mean accelerator in Eclipse, because I'm the one of the person implemented both CFA and this thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So CFA, once, for example, if you observe in your system, the accelerator part will more cover onto AP side only, more into AP side, accelerator. But if it comes to CFA, it covers both sales and purchases. So here, CFA cover both sales and purchases. But if you see Vertex accelerator, it will more into purchase side only. You can go and check your new system. Okay. So in the accelerator, we have the tax link areas, and this RFC's gateway will help to send your input data to SIC, right, with the help of RFC. You see in SIC, we have the Java component. JOC is nothing but it's a Java component. So this Java component will change your input data, to XML data. Because why? Because Vertex only understand only XML data. Right? We have different formats like JSON file. You know about JSON? SOAP or SOAP calls?
Yes.
Like
XML, JSON. Yeah.
You might hear about, right? So if we have some SOAP tool where we can put some XML in that SOAP tool, and we can execute there as well. So no need to login into your tax engine and go to your transaction tester or something. So you can directly paste your changes in your SOAP call as well with the help of SOAP. Okay, so those your data will convert it into XML with the help of Java converter. Okay, again, this Java component, this XML file will go to your tax engine. That is your web service. Okay, with the help of, again, same RFC. Right, so based on that, so the O series will receive your tax area IDs and everything, your in XML, based on the XML file. It will read your taxpayers, okay, your tax assist rules, drivers, and lookup tables and everything. Once the tax engine finds the appropriate rate or the correct results, it will send it to your SIC And then again, the SAC will send the data to your ERP system. So this is the data will flow from SAP to your Vertex. Okay. I know this is a little bit
What is
tough.
JDBC, which is going from O series to web service?
What is J? What is
JDBC? The interface is there in Vertex O series.
Yeah, you mean you are referring this one?
No,
JOC?
no, no, not
JC?
JOC. We know that from Java it is going to SIC. Then after that, SOAP is there, which is sending to web service.
Yes.
And then we see JDBC. What is that?
This is your general database components. This is your database.
Okay.
So
Okay,
this is
the database.
Yeah, this is a database. So if you see here, within SIC we have the Java component, right? This Java component will help to convert your input data into XML. Okay, because Vertex system can only understand the XML data and it will not understand your raw data. Okay. Okay. Why? Because which is totally purely designed and some if conditions and some logical, some OR gate and AND gate in your this one, right? So based on that, it will read only the XML data. It will not understand your raw data, what you are exactly sending from your SAP system. So those data will convert it into XML with the help of Java component. And again, I said, right, so this Java, this data will goes to Vertex with the help of RFCs. And again, in RFCs, we use some TCP and IP, right? Internet protocol or transfer communication, some program is there, right? So with the help of those internet protocol, it will goes to Vertex. Once Vertex is determined your rates and everything, for US and other regions, I said, right? So at the same time, your invoice will be posted into your SAP system and along with your Vertex tax database as well. Because you have to report, you have to do your file return at the end of the month, right? Okay. And see, if you see here, this is clear. You're Priya, right? I guess.
Yeah. No, I'm Lipsa. Yes.
Oh, Lipsa. Yeah, this is clear.
Yes.
How data will flow from SAP to your Vertex. So this is your login page to Vertex. This is a version 8 series login page. Okay. This is O2 series page.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is SAP Vertex primarily used for in S4HANA? Option A, data migration. Option B, tax calculation and compliance. Option C, performance optimization. Option D, user management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a whiz at managing supplies? Our SAP Vertex on S4HANA course is here for you. You can learn at your speed on our site. In this course, you'll master SAP Vertex on S4HANA. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, ensuring we have enough products and getting them where they need to be. Our course covers it all, from basics to pro tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with tons of experience. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students love this course too. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. Best part? It's affordable and won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP Vertex on S4HANA Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
So if you know the SAP taxation, okay, configuration, how to configure and all, so that will help more easy to understand Vertex. Okay. So what I'm planning to do today, so we don't have access to Vertex right now, right? So in the meanwhile, I also talked to Richard, so he will try to get somehow today mostly what Vertex access. In the meanwhile, what I'm trying to say here is we can cover it our SAP native taxation. how the tax will set up on SAP side first. Okay, we can understand how we can do the native taxation, and after that we can go through that Vertex stream part. Is that okay? But this is very, very important. If you know that the tax configuration on SAP side, that will be very helpful. So that is my this one. And before we start, guys, just to give me some what you know about taxes. I thought as per study call, I understand you have some limited knowledge. I won't say you don't know. I understand that you have some limited knowledge on the taxes, right? So just if you know what is tax, why we need to pay tax, you know, what is output in direct and indirect tax, right? So you have some idea, understand, right? So can anyone tell me what is a taxes, means direct and indirect tax? Why we have to pay the tax to the government? Just one word answer also is it's fine. Can anyone? No problem.
Yeah. See, as I know, taxes are mandatory for in any country.
Yeah.
To pay as per the country legal requirement. Okay. So there will be taxes two types, like maybe sales tax as purchase tax. Let's say, okay. So maybe it's called direct or indirect tax. I don't know that term actually.
Okay.
So this is a mandatory for the services as well as the products which we manufacture or which we give the services. So we'll collect vendors the taxes and we'll pay to the government later.
Okay.
If it's a sales tax, again we'll deduct from the customers, then we'll pay to the government. So both ways. As an organization, we need to do that.
Yeah, you are almost correct, but let me do some small corrections. Yeah. So now, for example, so each country have their own tax requirements, right? For example, in India we call it as GST. Before GST we have SIN, right? Country version India, right? So, for example, this is will applicable for mostly for the APAC countries. If you see, for China, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, right, and Thailand, these countries will follow the GST. Okay. For example, for EMEA countries, we have the VAT. VAT is nothing but GST is nothing but goods and services. Goods and services tax, right? That is nothing but value added tax. We have some other fees as well. Okay, so I'll tell you those as well. So for US and Canada, for US, we have sales tax and use tax. That is, we call it as SUT, right? Sales tax, use tax. Example, in Canada, okay, we have HST, PST, right? And some way we have QSTS, right? Okay, HST is nothing but it's just a national tax. We call it as national tax. Okay, PST is nothing but provincial taxes. Province tax. Okay. So both PST and QST comes under provincial taxes. Okay. So before we understand what is tax, okay, first we have two types of taxes, right? One is direct tax. The second one is indirect tax. Direct tax is nothing but which you pay directly from your pocket to the government. Okay. You will not purchase anything, you will not purchase any goods or services, but still you will pay tax to the government, right? For example, TDS, right? You will pay the TDS on the salary, right? So directly you are paying to the government, right? You know about TDS? What is TDS?
Tax deduct source.
Yeah,
That's a deduction at source. Good, thank you. You are directly paying to the government, okay, via salary. One thing. Or commissions, you know, commissions and interest. Okay, you will pay some directly, means you will pay taxes to the directly to the government. So you against you are not purchasing anything. Those taxes we call it as direct tax. Into indirect tax, you will pay the tax against to the purchase or sale anything. Sale of goods and services. Okay, for example, you purchased some product. Okay, so against that product you will pay the tax to the vendor, right? And the vendor will pay the tax to the government on behalf of you. Am I right? So that is we call as the indirect tax. Right? So each country have their own tax requirements. For example, for APAC countries, we call it as they will collect as a GST. For EMEA, especially for EMEA countries, we use VAT. Okay. Yes, we use the sales and use tax. You pretty much, you know pretty much about this. But for Canada also, we'll pay national taxes and provincial taxes. We'll understand how the tax will calculate and what basis this tax will calculate. We'll see on SAP side and both Vertex side. Okay. Now, today, what I'm trying to tell you today in our session, today we will go through that how to configure the tax procedure within our SAP. Okay. So first, let's start with the taxes. And before I start this one, any questions here in a direct and indirect tax?
So Santosh, those taxes like GST, VAT, SUT, they will all come under indirect, right?
Yes, sales and use tax.
Okay.
Sales tax is nothing but, I'll tell you what is sales tax. Sales tax is nothing but when you are purchasing any goods or services, like goods or services, or any kind of this from the vendor. Okay, those sorry, you're selling to the customer. Those we call it as, that time you will collect some taxes from the customer, right? For example, you sell some product, some XYZ product, right? If the sale of product to that particular customer, right? So along with your the product amount, you will also collect that some tax amount, right? So that tax amount we call it as sales tax in US. Use tax is nothing but, for example, you have a printer, for example. Okay, you are not selling to any customer. Okay, you have given this printer to rent purpose, for example, or some use purpose to someone, some third party. Okay, to use this printer by that third party person, so they have to pay some taxes. That tax we call it as use tax. Okay, so complete US tax is completely different compared to this APAC and EMEA countries. We don't have GST, we don't have VAT. We have only sales and use tax. Okay, I hope this is clear now, right? What is sales tax and what is use tax?
Yes.
Right. You know about VAT. VAT is against that purchase of goods and services. You will pay the tax. The tax we call it as VAT in Europe countries. Like GST is also same, right? You know what is standard rate Okay, zero rate, exempt rate, reduce rate, reduce rate 1, reduce rate 2, reduce rate 3. Some countries also have reduced rate 4, and we also call it as super reduced rate. Okay. What is standard rate? Okay, for example, and also I have one more this. Foreign tax. You know about RCM? RCM, I'll tell you one by one. Okay, RCM, recoverable, non-recoverable, right? Deductible, non-deductible. Right? Standard rate is nothing but is the highest rate of that particular country. For example, you made some purchase or sale, for example, in Netherlands. Okay, what is the standard rate of Netherlands? It is good. Okay, this 21% we call it as standard rate. For example, I'm taking Netherlands, for example, in this case. Okay, what is the highest rate in that particular country? Okay, that rate we call it as standard rate. You know about zero rate, right? What is zero rate? Can you tell me what is zero and difference between zero and exempt? Anyone? Any idea? What is the difference between zero and exempt?
The rate which is levied, which is exempted, like completely not falling under the category, so it will be yeah.
It's correct.
And zero,
yeah,
the rate would be 0%.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. If you observe maybe any vendor invoice, right? So if the vendor is exempt or is not liable to collect any taxes, that means he is not an unregistered vendor or it's not registered in the particular country. So he is not liable to collect any taxes from the customer, right? So in that case, he is an exempt vendor, so he can't charge anything. So when the vendor is issuing any invoice to you, right? And the PDF is invoice copy, right? So on that, you won't see the tax rate percentage for the exempt materials for the exempt vendor. It will show as null because the vendor is not liable for the taxes. So it is completely out of scope for him. Okay. So you won't see any tax rate on the physical invoice copy. That is exempt. Zero rate is the vendor is liable for taxes, okay, and customer, for example, vendor or customer, whoever, they are liable to collect the taxes but for that particular material or services, so is not liable to collect any taxes because the material or services is a zero rate material or services. So in that case, you will see only 0% on the invoice. In both cases, we have the tax rate is 0, but exempt is completely out of scope from the taxes. It is not relevant to the tax. Okay, but zero rate, it is relevant to the taxes. The vendor issue the invoice with a 0%. Okay, so for example, I am taking the same country, right? Here it is not applicable actually. What is RR? Is the reduced rate. Reduced rate is nothing but the below the highest rate. For example, in Netherlands we have 21%, right? And below that, what are the rate you have? That rate we call it as reduced rate. For example, in Netherlands we have 9% is a reduced rate. Correct me if I entered the wrong percentage, but I'm sure this is the correct percentage. Okay. So this rate we call it as reduced rate. Again, for reduced rate 1, so again it is a 6%, I guess, for Netherlands. Different countries means each country have their own reduced rates. Okay. So for example, I'm taking Netherlands. So there's a reason I'm using these numbers. Okay. It may vary, depends on the country. Okay. So reduced rate 2 is again different rate. For example, I'm using some 3% or something. So super reduced rate or reduced rate 3, you can use the lower rate, for example, which is not more than that reduced rate 2. Okay. So foreign rate, what do you mean by foreign rate? Foreign rate is nothing but, for example, you have a company. I'll tell you just a second. For example, you have company ABC in Netherlands. Okay. And your vendor country, for example, your vendor, just a second. This is a vendor country. Okay. The vendor registered in Germany. For example, XYZ is a vendor. You are purchasing some ABC products from this German vendor. Okay. Okay. And the same time, just the same time, your ABC company have registration in Germany. Okay. So you have some German registration number in Germany. Am I right? Right. Normally, just you tell me, generally, for example, you don't have any registrations. For example, you don't have any registration in German, for example. Okay. Normally, this transaction we call it as import. Yes or no? What is import?
Purchasing goods from the country.
Purchasing goods from country means I can purchase from the within Netherlands also I can purchase, right?
No, from
National boundary.
Yeah.
Outside.
When the both the physical origin country and the destination country belongs to two different countries. Okay. So in that case, when you are purchasing from the supplier, third-party supplier, right? So those transactions we call it as import. So you are importing from the different country to your hometown country, right? That we call it as import. Then what is import? Purely on the purchase side. Just remember this. This is purely on the purchase side. Okay. Then what is export?
Opposite to that.
Opposite sales.
Opposite. So you are exporting from your country to different country. So this is purely on the sales side. Right? Right. So now here, just remember this one, especially for Europe countries. Europe, we don't have import and export scenarios. Did you see anywhere import and export in your current project? It is everything is intra-community. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes, because we have a special treatment for Europe countries. Within Europe, we don't have any import and export scenarios. It is purely and intra-community. Okay. So now coming to the foreign currency tax, for example, your ABC have the registration in Germany. Okay, for example, some DG number or something. Okay. So what is happening here? Generally, tell me just where we can collect the input tax and output tax. This is very important first. And on what basis you will collect the input tax? Input tax is nothing but your purchase tax, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So on what basis we will collect the input tax? Forget about it. Okay, I know about again. Yeah, please.
When we are purchasing or importing something, then we apply input tax on the invoice.
Yeah, that we understood, right? So against the purchase of goods and services, you will pay the input tax. That is okay. But how the system can understand where to collect the taxes. You see, so when you are purchasing something, right, there will be two, buyers and seller, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
how the system knows to whom I should collect the tax, whether it's a buyer or it's a seller. And
We
what
maintain them in BP master, like when we are putting them in the invoice. From
okay,
that we collect.
Input tax we are collecting from buyers.
buyer is nothing but customer.
Vendor.
Customer.
Yes, customer.
How come customer will collect, you will collect the input tax?
So we can collect from customer and we can pay it to that government, right? So that
No, a little bit confusion, I think, for you. So input tax is always at the vendor point of view, vendor country. Am I right?
Yes.
Vendor country. Vendor country, we call it as origin country. Am I right? So purchasing anything from the vendor will issue the invoice. You are not issuing the invoice to the vendor, right? Vendor will issue the invoice. So that means he is liable to collect the tax from you, right? So if the vendor belongs to Germany, right? So what are the rates we have in Germany? So accordingly, he will charge the rate, right? So in this case, you are a customer from the Netherlands, so you can't collect, the vendor can't collect the Netherlands taxes, right? So at the end of the month, he has to file you his returns. He has to pay some taxes to the government, right? On behalf of you, right? So the input tax is always on the vendor country or the origin country. Okay. Output tax is always based on the ship to party, or we call it as destination country. Have you heard about this destination country? Yeah.
If I consider the otherwise, vice versa,
okay,
then a customer would be a vendor to us, right?
Yes. Sometimes
so
customer may be vendor may be customer. Yeah.
So on that basis also, should the input tax be counted?
Yes. See, for example, if A is a customer and B is the vendor, sometimes A purchases from vendor, sometimes B purchases from A, right? They each other customers and vendor, right? Sometimes. So the thing is, what type of transaction it is. So based on that, the system will understand the physical origin country and destination country. That is what we have Citus in Vertex. The Citus can understand whether it's input tax. Okay, whether input tax, what is the vendor country and what is the physical origin country. So on that, it will calculate the taxes. That is the reason we need the Citus in Vertex. Citus is very, very important.
Got it.
Okay. So input tax, output tax is clear, right? On what basis we will collect the input tax and output tax, right? Ship to party. Have you ever heard about this origin destination country or just a second, destination country, administrative destination country, This is very, very important. Vertex. Origin country. Origin country. Have you heard about these countries? These four?
Administrative, not sure.
Only two we heard, Santosh: departure country and destination country.
Yes.
No, see, departure and destination we have in the SAP. Okay,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what is departure and these countries, the difference. Okay, departure and destination countries we have in SAP. But here we are using Vertex for the determination, tax determination. Departure country is nothing but from the way the goods are moving out, right? From the plant. We call it as plant country, right? Normally in SAP, departure country is based on always plant country. Am I right? From where the goods are physically moving. So that country, we call it as departure country, right? A destination country is nothing but to where our goods are going. That country we call it as destination country. So here, simple. Destination country is like same destination country. The departure countries is the origin country. Just remember this. This is very, very helpful for you. Okay. I'll tell you what is administrative origin country and administrative origin country and administrative destination country. Can I tell you one example? Okay. So for example, I have company A, company B. Okay. My customer C. You know about intercompany invoices, right? Everything. Any idea intercompany? What is intercompany invoice? You know GFCB flows. Any idea GFCB? I think you heard about this GFC. What is GFC? It is very, very famous in your current project. Very, very famous. Everything they will set up based on the GFC flows. GFC flows is goods flow control board. Okay, control board. Yes, if you don't know, just tell me. I don't know, or else I can.
Yeah, we heard intercompany, but not
GFCB.
GFCB, you will. I'm sure you will get to know very soon. So this is very, very famous in your current project. Okay, so everything built based on the GFC flows only. Okay, we have certain particular link for this where we can search all the flows. Okay. So for example, I have company A, company B, and my customer is C. For example, my customer is from France. Okay, my company B, for example, in Belgium. Okay, my company A is in, for example, Switzerland. For example, Switzerland. You may take Germany, for example. Okay, I'll tell you how the system will issue the invoice. For example, the customer C approach, or else I'll use this one. For example, here France, again here I use Belgium. It's very simple. Everyone is looking for this easy purchase of sales and goods, right? For example, they will prepare their own country for purchase anything, right? For example, my customer is in France, so he approached my company code B within France to purchase some XYZ product. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll add some purchase order, sales order in my B France sales org. Yes, sir. France sales org. Okay. So what happened here? So I can't say, for example, here this XYZ I don't have a stock in my company B, but I have one more company in Belgium with the same functionality, right? If you don't have stock, you simply go and say we don't have stock, so we don't sell anything to the customer. We can't say it to the customer, right? So what I'll do, if this customer is approached me, right, to purchase some XYZ material, what I'll do, so I'll ask my company in Belgium, do you have stock for XYZ product for material, for example? Okay. For example, if the company A is have taxes, for example, means he have enough stock, for example. What I'll do, I will purchase from A. Okay. What I will purchase from A. That means, so here I'm purchasing. So here I'm generating some ICA. ICA is nothing but intercompany acquisition. Purchasing from company A. So here company A will issue ICS invoice to the company B. ICS is nothing but intercompany
sales.
Yeah, sales or
Supply.
whatever. Yeah, supply. So this is very, very important in your this one. So most of the issues will come only for the intercompany. I know. So ICS will issue my company A will issue the ICS to the company B, and company B will purchase from company A. So that time it will generate B will generate some ICA invoice to the company A. So here, so in between A and B, we have the ICA invoice, right? And ICA and
Santosh,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt. So B will generate issue invoice to company A. You're saying?
You mean A will issue invoice to the B.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
in B we call it as ICA, intercompany acceleration. So because
Yeah.
B is acquiring some product from company A, right? Right. Now again here, only both ICS and ICA will issue by only company A, because at the same time it is selling the goods to the company B. So that time it will raise some sales order in their sales order. Okay. So here company B purchasing from company A. So they will post some Myro invoice. Okay. They will post some Myro invoice in company B. That is, we call it as ICA. Okay. So here, so this, right, in between these two legal entities, right? So this flow, we call it as intercompany sales or intercompany purchase. So what I'll do here, if for example, if you assume that B company could have their own plant in France, what they do, directly they will send the goods from France plant to customer in the France. So they won't, for example, if they don't have plant in France, what they do, they will send the goods directly from their own country. For example, in Belgium, they have one plant. So they will send the goods to customer in France directly. So they won't send the goods to France. It's like a company B, again company B will send the goods to customer. It won't be like that. So they will directly send from plant to the direct end customer in France. This flow we call it as intercompany sales or intercompany acquisitions. Right.
So Santosh, with understanding, goods are going from directly A to C to save time or effort.
Yes.
But this happens every time, or it's just an agreement?
Mostly, mostly. For example, if you assume that my company don't have any plant in Belgium. For example, I don't have any plant in Belgium. I have plant only France. Okay. So in that case, this is a different, right? Directly they are sending the goods within France only, right? This depends business how they are expanded, right? So how based on the business requirement, right? If they have the plant in the Belgium, directly they will send from the Belgium plant to end customer in France. For example, they don't have any plant in Belgium, or else they have plant in a different country, for example, Netherlands, right? So they will send the goods directly from Netherlands to France. This scenario, we call it as plants abroad concept. This is a plants abroad concept because here we have 3 different countries. My customer is from France, my sales arc is from Belgium, and my Belgium having its own plant. Belgium is having its own plant in NL. Okay, that means in ABC don't have any company code in NL. They have only plant in NL. Okay, so whatever the sales is happening, they will send the goods from NL plant to other country, like customers. So this scenario we call it as plants abroad. Little bit confusion here, but you get to know means going forward. Yeah.
Yeah, I got confused here. Like
both
the company A.
Yeah, both intercompany
plant
plants. Okay. Yeah, you go ahead, Priya.
Okay. For company A, if we say it's BE10, then its own plant it's in Netherlands, BE20, you mean?
Hey there, want to become a whiz at managing supplies? Our SAP Vertex on S4HANA course is here for you. You can learn at your speed on our site. In this course, you'll master SAP Vertex on S/4HANA. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, ensuring we have enough products and getting them where they need to be. Our course covers it all, from basics to pro tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with tons of experience. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students love this course too. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. Best part? It's affordable and won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP Vertex on S/4HANA Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
And not
Sorry, for example, my company is BE10. Okay. Okay. For example, I have a company called FR10. For example, my customer, some XYZ customer. Okay. My customer belongs to FR country, and this FR01 belongs to also same FR. Okay. My another company is in Belgium. Okay. Now, the customer XYZ approached my FR company code to purchase some XYZ product, some ABC product. Okay. What I'm telling here, for example, unfortunately, I don't have that particular stock, particular material or services. I don't have stock. So I checked with my BE company code. They are saying that we have enough stock. So here I can't lose customer, right, by saying that I don't have stock. So it will be a revenue, it's a revenue loss for us, right? What I'll do here, I will raise a sales order in my FR0 sales order. Okay. Okay. I'll create a delivery and everything in my FR only. Okay. In billing and everything. Okay. Right. I'll issue the invoice to customer with my FR company code only. Okay. So what I'll do in the back end, I'll purchase this XYZ from my BE company code internally. We have an internal sale. So this sale, we call it as flash sale, right? You know about flash sale? Flash sale or title sale, we call it as.
in background, whatever we are doing to
No.
maintain.
Forget about this BE company code for as of now.
No,
For
this
example,
intercompany is clear, but for this plant abroad, you mentioned.
I'll tell you what is this. Okay. So intercompany is clear?
Yeah.
So plants abroad is nothing but, for example.
So Santosh, can you please, like you were saying something like it will be fine if all can get it. Like you were saying that again, like FR10 delivery, and we all did for like from France to Belgium. Like it is flash or title sale,
Right.
which we call.
Can
you please continue from that?
With the same discussion you want. Okay.
Yeah.
So the first customer is approached only my FR company code. So forget about this BE company code. This came later, right? Forget about this company code. Here, what I'll do, I'll issue sales order to the customer. Okay. And delivery and everything and billing with my sales or company code. Okay. So this is clear. Still, we have done the end-to-end process, right? What I'll do here internally, I'll purchase from BE company code. Here I will generate some intercompany acquisition invoice in my company code. I'll pay some invoice myself in my company code. Okay. Like same way, BE selling goods to FR10, right? So in BE company code, they will post some ICS invoice, intercompany supply, because they have a sale, right? So they will do some sales invoice. Okay. Here, for example, BE having plant in FR. I'm telling BE having plant in FR. Okay. Right. So what I'll do here, I will send my goods from plant to end customer in plant directly within the country. So this flow, we call it as intercompany, right? Okay. So coming to the plants abroad, it's very similar, but we have some small difference. Okay. But here I'm saying that I'm having the plant in FR, right? Along with also, I have some registration in that particular country. some registration. We call it as foreign registration. Okay. So I have some registration in the plant. I have some physical territory. That means physically I have some company code or plant setup. Okay. Legally. Okay. So in that case, if the goods are selling from that particular plant, that sale we call it as plants abroad sale. Here everything is same. Everything is same, but the thing is here BE will have the foreign registration in FR, and it's having its own physical entity, physical territory in that particular country. Okay. You know this IC STO. What is STO? Is STO generally stock to order, right? The plants abroad scenario is clear. I'll show you. I'll show you in the system. Don't worry. Okay.
Okay.
How we can configure it, everything. Don't worry about this one. Okay. Theory part. I'll show you the configuration also in the system. How we can create the intercompany. Okay. How we can create the standard invoice. Yesterday I already posted some basic this one. I'm checking the system. So if any gaps we have, so accordingly I'm designing the system. Okay, I'll show you how we can create the intercompany invoice and standard invoice. Okay, I'll show you that everything end-to-end flow with the testing as well. Okay,
sure.
So now just I'm telling you STO, right? STO is nothing but stock to order. For example, my company code is, for example, I have company code in FR. But I have plants in Belgium and Netherlands. Assume that I don't have my own plant in my own country. Okay. Instead of I have 2 plants in Belgium and Netherlands. Okay.
Yeah.
So FR is having 2 plants in Belgium and Netherlands. Okay. What I'm doing here, for example, I wanted to transfer some stock from one plant to another plant. For example, I wanted to transfer some ABC stock to Netherlands plant. Okay. Here we have only 2 plants. There is no end customer. There is no vendor, right? We have only 2. This is because of internal STO. So this scenario we call it as intercompany STO. Because here we are not generating anything. We are not generating any revenue. We are not paying any expenses. It's only transferring of stock from one plant to another plant. That we call it as intercompany STO. Okay. That we call it as intercompany. Yeah. Coming to this foreign tax, right? Foreign tax is nothing but here I said you, right? So for example, here my company code is FR. And my vendor is in Belgium, for example. Generally, vendor belongs to his own country. Generally, he have his own registration number. Am I right? Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So along with what is I'm doing, but my FR is also having the registration in Belgium. Okay. Right?
How many registration does that FR has?
Forget about FR. Just I'm taking the FR as an example.
Okay.
It is not like that. FR is having the registration in each country. I'm taking for your easy understanding. I'm taking its FR as an example. That's it. Okay. So my vendor is having his own registration in Belgium. So generally, if we have 2 different countries, we call it as import generally, right? But here, what I'm doing, I'm also having in registration in Belgium. What I'll do, I'll change my reporting country from France to Belgium. Okay, from France to Belgium. So why I'm doing here because sorry, why I'm doing here because I have a registration in the vendor country. So I wanted to report in the vendor country, not in my destination country. If you see in my screen, if anyone observed or not, In basic tab, we have some reporting country, right? And in details tab,
Yes.
we have one more reporting country, right? In the basic tab, right, this reporting country will only work for company code country. Just remember, this is very, very important for you. Okay. In the details tab, we have one more reporting country, that is vendor reporting country. Okay. If you change a reporting country, like a different countries, for example, if that vendor is registered in a different countries, if you change that reporting countries in that Miro, so it will pick accordingly different registration numbers. Okay. So vendor country. Okay. So what I'll do here, my FR is having a registration in Belgium. So I wanted to report in Belgium, not in France. So in that case, so I'm reporting in the France, in the foreign country. So I'm reporting in foreign country, not in my physical origin country. So those kind of sales, we call it as foreign sales, and we will collect. So vendor will collect the foreign VAT. This is purely foreign VAT, only will work for only purchase side. Okay, sorry, purchase side, only input. Tax. You won't find on the sales side. Okay, right? So coming to RCM, RCM is nothing but, what is RCM? Reverse charge.
Reverse charge.
Reverse charge mechanism. Yes, you are correct. Reverse charge mechanism. What is reverse charge mechanism? Have a seller and buyer, right? Like recipient. So I'll use this one. Seller or buyer, for example. Seller. Buyer is customer always, right? Seller is vendor or supplier, right? What a reverse charge mechanism is, for example, when you are purchasing something from the vendor, right? Generally, you will pay the tax to the vendor. This is a standard flow, general, it's common known thing, right? But here, for example, you assume that that vendor is not registered vendor, okay, not registered vendor, okay, or is not liable to collect the taxes, okay, is not liable to the taxes. What I'll do on behalf of vendor, I will pay the taxes to the government, local government. That we call it as reverse charge mechanism, and we will indicate with plus or minus symbol in the accounting, with plus or minus symbol. Okay, with plus, sorry, it is, yeah, yes, with the negative and the
Santosh,
positive.
this RCM is applicable in Spain or nearby.
In all Europe countries, RCM is available. Even India also we have RCM. Right? Only for US and Canada we don't have anything, these things, right? Apart from Latin and South America, so we don't have RCM. For all other countries like APAC countries, EMEA countries, in India also we have RCM.
Can you give one example for RCM?
I'll show you one example as well. No problem. Okay. So on behalf of vendor, we will pay the taxes to the government. So that means when you are purchasing something from the supplier or vendor, you will not pay any taxes to the vendor. Okay. You are not going to pay any taxes to the vendor. What you do on behalf of vendor, against the say a transaction, you will pay the tax to the government directly. So, but in accounting entry, you will show that you paid the tax to the vendor. At the same time, you collected back from the vendor again. So that is called, we call it ESCA is output tax. ESC is output tax. Okay, ESC is input tax. I'll show you on the system. Don't worry. Okay, how that RCM will calculate and everything. Okay, so this is, we call it as reverse charge mechanism. What is recoverable? Recoverable, non-recoverable. For recoverable, for example, I'm taking some example, okay? Don't this one. Take why vendor always A or something, okay? For example, my vendor is A. Sorry. Vendor A, okay? Customer, for example, customer B, okay? So I purchased some XYZ material from this vendor A, okay? So I paid 21% is my tax amount. You, for example, you paid your product value is 100 rupees and your tax amount is 21. So gross amount you paid 121 rupees to the vendor, for example. Right? So recoverable in the sense, whatever the tax amount you paid to the vendor, that amount you can recover. Okay, you can recover the total amount from the vendor. That means at the end of the day, you will pay 100 rupees to the customer there. Okay. At the end of the day, you will pay only 100 rupees to the vendor because you already recovered this 21%. Okay. Recoverable. We have these scenarios in Europe countries, huh? Why we have to recover and why we have two types of scenarios, like a standard one recoverability. Why recoverability is in Europe countries? Because this is based on this country tax means legislation, right? So yeah, their laws. So accordingly, you have to recover the tax amount.
Is it for only EMEA countries only, right? It is not India. Like in India, there is no recoverable and non-recoverable, right?
But we have a deductible, right? Deductible and non-deductible. In India, we have deductible and non-deductible. That is the reason. So that is the reason they have intelligence in non-deductible and deductible as well. These four, recoverable, non-recoverable, deductible, non-deductible, will all looks similar. It's almost same.
But if it's recoverable, why we are paying at first time?
That is what that is a scenario we have to show me. I'll tell you. Normally, what you do here, when you're purchasing something, you will pay the tax to the vendor. That is a general flow. That's okay. But the vendor is a recoverable vendor or is a non-recoverable vendor. So we have some listed as specific vendors for the deductible, non-deductible, and recoverable, non-recoverable. Okay. These vendors are not as per the regular vendor. You know about one-time vendor, regular vendors?
One-time vendor.
Yes.
Yeah.
One-time vendor won't have any master data. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Regular vendor will have that particular master data.
Yes.
So they exist in particular country. So they both become same, right? So one-time vendor will not charge any taxes because he's not a registered vendor in that particular country. So he can't liable to charge anything from the customer, right? So where we have some scenarios in Europe countries where we have some recoverable vendors and non-deductible, deductible vendors. So accordingly, you have to set up your system. Okay. So here, recoverable in the sense, whatever the tax amount you paid to the vendor, you can recover 100%. 100% you can recover. For example, you paid 21 rupees as a tax. So at the end of the transaction, you can collect the total 21 rupees from the vendor. Coming to the non-recoverable. Non-recoverable is quite opposite. You understand, I think, now. What is non-recoverable? You won't collect, you won't recover any amount. That is non-recoverable.
So how these will be settled?
I'll show you the system.
Okay.
I'll show you in the system. Everything I'll show you in the system. Okay.
Okay.
How, for example, we have some scenarios, non-recoverable. For example, your rate is 21%. Okay. So in the where we have some scenarios, you wanted to pay only 16% is a tax amount. The rest 5% you don't want to pay to the customer. So 5% is a non-deductible or non-recoverable. That means, for example, you tell me in 100 rupees, 21 is your tax amount, right? What is 16% of 21? For example, 21% you paid, right? Okay, just a second. 16%, what is the 16% of 100 in 21%? I'll tell you in a second. So 21, 16. Sorry, 16%, which is 16 rupees. 5% is non-deductible, means you will not pay this 5% to the vendor. You will pay only 16 rupees as a tax amount. Okay, this 5 rupees will adjusted into your revenue or expense account.
Okay.
Expense or revenue account. So at the end of the day, your net amount is 100 rupees, right? And you are paying. We know 21% is a tax amount, but this vendor is a non-deductible vendor. So non-deductible vendor, accordingly, for example, how much is he can charge? We have some certain percentage for the according to the vendor. For example, this vendor is liable to collect only 16% as a tax amount. For example, you paid 16%, right? But here in the accounting, what you will show up in the accounting, you will pay tax 16 rupees as your tax amount, and 5% means this 5%, right? It's deductible or non-deductible. This first 5%, 5 rupees will adjusted into your net amount or your expense amount. So here 5% is a non-deductible account, right? Now you tell me, end of the transaction, what is my gross amount?
Gross amount would be
121.
105.
121 only. 121 only. But this non-deductible don't generate any separate line items. I'll show you. So here, what will happen? This 5 rupees will go and add it into your net amount. So it will become 105. So end of the day, means end of the transaction, your gross is same, but that 5% non-deductible account will go and adjusted into your net amount. So you would pay only 16 rupees tax amount to the vendor. So these scenarios we call it as recoverable, non-recoverable, or deductible, non-deductible. Like same, almost same. Deductible is nothing but same thing. Like as it is, like recoverable, how recoverable works and how non-recoverable works, it will work same both. And we use the same setup also for both the transactions. But if you are using some Vertex, I'm sorry, SAP, we have some, you know about NVV account key, right? NVV account key. I heard about this NVV account key here. So we will activate NVV. But for example, you assume that you are not using SAP for the taxation, you are using Vertex. In Vertex, we have some separate rules for these scenarios. Okay. I'll show you how we can set up those scenarios in Vertex as well. Okay. We have some recoverability rules in Vertex under tax rules. Okay. I'll show you how this recoverable amount Vertex can understand. I'll show you these things. Okay. Now I think you have some basic idea about what kind of taxes, what are the different types of taxes we have in different countries, right? At least you have some idea what is intercompany, what is plants abroad, right?
Yeah, only RCM example is left.
RCM, I explained, right? RCM is, so I'll show you how we will set up the RCM. So on behalf of vendor, just remember that on behalf of vendor, you will pay the taxes to the government.
Okay.
So you are not going to pay any taxes, input tax to the vendor. Simple.
Okay.
That scenario we call it as reverse charge, and this reverse charge we will indicate with ESA and ESE. Okay, I'll show you how we can activate this RCM.
Okay.
Okay. So in SAP it is very simple, but in Vertex also we have some kind of settings on the taxpayer level. Okay, I'll show you how to activate reverse charge on the Vertex side too. So this is clear, right? Overview means how intercompany and RCM and other different type software, right? Yes. I left with only one tax thing. I'll cover up that as well. Then I will close this session for today. Okay, because I said, right, so I have to drop. I have some client calls. Okay, I have to drop. So have you heard about triangulation?
Yeah.
This triangulation.
Triangulation happens Like for I knew about in the scenario of Spain, France, and those related Canary Islands. So
Yes. Triangulation in the sense is always they have to involve 3 countries. Simple.
they are not outside of that country, but they are separate.
3 countries in the sense. Triangulation is something by itself, naming itself is saying that 3 countries, right? Triangle itself, we have to involve 3 countries. One is buyer, seller, or the destination or the physical origin country, right? They belongs to 3 different countries. So for example, your destination country is not equals to, okay, not equals to your origin country, okay, okay,
Yeah.
and your administrative country is not equals to your administrative origin country, okay. Your origin country is not equals to your destination country. It's the same thing, opposite. Or else we can add like this as well. Like your origin country is not equal to your administrative origin country also. Any point of time, they can't be same. Both, whether it is a destination country or origin country, administrative country, or administrative physical origin country, whatever. They always
looking like import export.
No, that is what I'm telling you. In Europe, we don't have import and export, right? Triangulation only exist in Europe countries, huh? Just remember this. Triangulation, intercompany, VAT group, this will exist only in Europe countries only. Okay, so triangulation will always involve 3 countries. So where destination country is not equals to origin country, administrative destination country is not equals to, for example, I'll show you how to set up these as well in Vertex. Okay, into your administrative origin country, and your administrative, for example, administrative origin country is not equals to your administrative destination country, for example, and your administrative origin country is not equal to your destination country. Okay, not equal to your destination country, right? If I take, now you understood, right? What is triangulation? They can't be same countries. So like it's the same again. And now it will go to here. It will end up here again. Intercompany, same. But to identify particular transaction, certain transaction, what we do, we will use a separate tax code. For intercompany sales, I wanted to use tax code AB to understand, right? So, or else it's very difficult. What kind of transaction is this, right? For intercompany STO, I'll use some tax code, for example, BC. By seeing the tax code, I can understand, okay, this is intercompany invoice. For example, for plants abroad, right? Plants abroad, for example, I'm using some tax code WA, for example. For example, triangulation, right? And triangulation, it's a ZF2. I'll use triangulation like TA. Only by seeing this tax code, I can understand, okay, these transactions are related to this type of scenarios, whatever. All scenarios looks almost the same, right? Yes or no? Plants abroad, intercompany STO and STO is always looks almost the same. So for some clients, they will use a separate tax code. For some clients, they will use only one tax code. For example, AB. They don't want to use a different tax code for this one. And here also this reduced rate, right? I've seen so many clients. Most of the clients, they use separate tax codes for different rates. Okay, but I see one client for all these rates, they are using one standard tax code, only one tax code. How we can activate one tax code with the different rates?
Even
That,
for exempt and zero there.
for example, you assume that this is my tax code. For example, you assume that, for example, my country is D. For example, I'll open some A1 tax code. Okay. Now you see A1 is the output tax code, which is 19%, right? I said just now, right? The one client is using one tax code for all the scenarios. So you wanted to activate deductible as well. So for example, you assume that he activated deductible here. He maintains certain rate under NBB, or he maintains some certain rate in ESA and ESC, right? So how to set up these scenarios? How the system can, we are activated multiple conditions in one tax code, but how the system can understand which tax rate it has to pick.
Yeah.
This is a challenge, right?
We have to like
Yeah.
activate the
So,
account key, like from that it can pick up.
okay, you are saying accounting key, for example. So VST is the input tax, right? Right? Now ESA is the input tax. Yes or no? ESA and NBB, these are the input taxes, right? Now you tell me, when you are posting any vendor invoice, are you passing any accounting key?
No, we don't.
You won't pass an accounting key, right? You pass only vendor details and the GL details and everything, the PO details. But how the system can understand?
And there are different account keys
But
also. The same.
sales order we give condition type, no? Like ZWST or ZTXC, or like here it is MWS. So from there also
Just tell me, input taxes will calculate based on what? Tax.
Like when we,
I'll tell you. Input tax is always work based on your tax procedure. Remember this. Okay? Based on your tax procedure, how you define your tax procedure. This is your tax procedure, right? This part, the whole part, right? So accordingly, it will calculate your input tax. But coming to output tax will work based on your pricing procedure. When you are creating any sales order, right? Show you one sales order I have just created yesterday. This is your sales order, right? You are saying that we pass some conditions, right? You are saying that these are the conditions. For example, here they are not using Vertex. They are not means they have not extended any tax conditions here. If you see, there is no tax, right? If you see the partners, the sold to party, ship to parties belongs to same country, Germany, right? Germany, and ship to is also Germany. Why there is no tax? Can anyone tell me why there is no tax?
Because it is within the company, like from D to D.
Madam, always domestic. We have domestic, right? Domestic is always taxable within the country. Within the country, for example, if any sale happen within the country, so within the country, we call it as domestic. Okay, domestic sale. Domestic sale will have a certain rate. Okay, it is always taxable. If it is two different countries, okay, two different countries, we call it as export, right? Right? If the sale is in between two Europe countries, okay, we have one more scenario that is called as a departure and destination combination. We have some custom table, right? Access table. You know, access table, right? Departure country, departure and destination country. I'll show you these condition tables. No, don't worry. Okay. So this is a domestic sale, but still there is no tax is calculated here. Right? If I go and check an analysis, so this is my pricing procedure, right? Y10101, right? If I go and check my pricing procedure, if you select this pricing procedure, just click on the pricing procedure. Here you see we have so many conditions, right? But in that pricing procedure, we have not extended. We have, I'll show you. You see that TTX1. TTX1 is your tax condition type. Okay. When you are creating your tax condition, right? This one, the MWBS or MWS. There is no use. You set up everything, but you forgot to extend your tax condition in the pricing procedure. It won't work. So I'm using the Germany card, right? So I'm using the German tax procedure. Go to conditions, please, not procedure, conditions. That MWS, right? Go and check MWS. MWS is the output tax. You see here we have some access sequence. Here they are using MWST. For assume that we are using TTX1 here. Just assume that. I'll show you that. Okay. You assume that you are using MWST access sequence here. So this access sequence you have to extend in your pricing procedure. If you see here, there is no required entry for this. They have not marked this as a required entry. So that is the reason it is not calculating any taxes. Okay. If it is a required entry, you might see this error, right? Some pricing error, MWST condition record is missing. Have you seen this error? Pricing error, MWST condition type.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have seen Santosh.
Yes. Why you are getting that error message? Because you are required this TTXT condition type. It's a required entry in your pricing procedure. That is the reason you are getting that error message. If you mark it as manual is not required, you won't get that error message. Okay. So this is again which is related to sales side, but you should know how we can extend this tax price condition and the pricing procedure also. This is your responsibility as well. So pricing procedure will taken care by SD consultants only. Okay. The access table, everything will be taken care by SD persons only, but you should know how to create those pricing, how to extend, everything you should know. This is very important. Right. So we'll slowly check why it is not calculated. If you see here, TTXT, you see here, it's showing that it is not executed any condition. It is showing that this is from US to Germany. So this is export sale, for example. Right? So here it is showing 0, but there is no condition records. So it's a export sale. It is showing tax is 0. For example, you assume that. What I'm doing now, just I'm changing my ship to country. Okay, this is Germany only, right? Yeah, I'm changing. Why can anyone tell me my both sold to and ship to is the same, right? But why it is treated as export? Because I am sending goods from US plant. This is a US plant. This is my departure country. Okay, so here my goods are sending from US to Germany, right? That is the reason in access table you see 2 countries. You see departure country is US. So departure country is always based on the plant country, not on the company code country or the sales or country. Drop shipment is nothing but this intercompany only, right? We call it as drop shipment. So drop shipment is nothing but we are sending from a different plant to a different customer, means a different country, third party country, third party customer country. Those scenarios we call it as drop shipment.
Hey there, want to become a whiz at managing supplies? Our SAP Vertex on S4HANA course is here for you. You can learn at your speed on our site. In this course, you'll master SAP Vertex on S/4HANA. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, ensuring we have enough products and getting them where they need to be. Our course covers it all, from basics to pro tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with tons of experience. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students love this course too. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. Best part? It's affordable and won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP Vertex on S/4HANA Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
So basically, we have to do some major steps. We have some, right? SAP is everything is in a sequence, right? You have the proper company code set up, right? So you can able to post certain transaction. If there is no company code set up, right, you can't post any transaction in SAP, right? The same way, so if you want to define any tax procedure, right, you need that particular country to be created in that company, in that system, in ERP, right? Like taxes is always on the country level. Am I right? Country level. It's not it's company code level, or like it's a vendor level, or it's customer level, which is always it's country level, right? So in SAP, we have three major steps. Okay, so define the tax procedure. The first thing, you have to follow the basic settings. Next one is the calculation part, right? Then third one is postings. So in SAP, we can go in two ways, right? Either we can use a transactional code or we can use the path. Am I right?
Yes, Chandra.
Access. So I'm going via path. Okay, just you have to go to SPR1. SPR1. Right. SPR1. EMC reference G. Okay. Same as MG. Then financial accounting, right? Financial accounting. Financial accounting, we have global settings. The global settings, we have taxes and sales. So if you expand this, you see we have some major steps which we have to follow. Right? And it's basic settings, calculations, and posting. Basic settings also we have some subtasks. Okay, let's see what are those. Basic settings, we have to define the calculation procedure, then we have to assign it to your country, right? You have to define some account access keys, right? You know that the access keys VST and MWS, right? Those account keys we can define here. Okay, we'll see how to create a tax calculation procedure. Right? Yes, we have three options here: access sequence, define condition types, and define procedure. The first we want to define our tax procedure. Okay, so after that we can define our condition types. What are the conditions of types you require? Okay, first I'm going into different procedures, right? For example, so these are the three different tax procedures for each country level, right? For example, you see, so these binary are already created in SAP. If you want, you can use them directly, or else you want to create your own tax procedure, you can create your own tax procedure. Okay, right? So what I'll do, I'll create my own tax procedure. What I'll do, I'll click on the new entries. For example, tax. Press enter. Let's say this. I'll create a new TR. Tax procedure for German, right? So your tax procedure is defined, but in your tax procedure you have not created anything. You can't see anything in the control data. It is empty because I have not created any conditions, any access keys or anything, right? So there's a reason it is empty here. Once we create those conditions, we can come here again and we will add those conditions. Okay, all right.
So Santosh, here we can see it is written usage A above and application B. It's maybe tax, I guess. But what is usage A like defines?
Okay, this one you mean you're talking about? It's a pricing, right? So you see here,
okay,
we can use this condition, these prices, this procedure in the pricing, right? So we use that. This is a standard one. No need to select anything. By default, it will pop up usage as A and application is TX. You see here, here is nothing but it's a pricing.
I see.
Let's close this. Let's go here. With taxes TX, right? You see the taxes.
Okay.
Okay.
So these are like default, it will come for any tax procedure we create.
Any tax procedure. If you see, yeah, if you go here, go out. Right, for example, you see, if I click on new entries, you see for the new entries also it will come automatically, right? So, right. Or else you wanted to copy, okay? You know, right, how to copy the old data, right?
Yes.
So we can do the same. Just we select this and we can click this copy as. If I say click on the copy as one entry chosen, then you will accordingly you will change the name. Okay, for example, some tester one. Okay, if you press enter, it will ask you wanted to copy all the conditions or only one copying entry, or you wanted to cancel it. Once you click all, you see we have 8 conditions in the tax procedure. Germany, for example, right? Right. If you go select this and go in control data, those will copy automatically. Right. This is one way. Okay. So I'm not saving this. Just I'm showing for your reference. Okay. So go back. right? Now you define your procedure. Am I right? So what I'll do now, I'll assign my tax procedure to my country. Let's see if it is allowed to assign before we create the conditions. Okay, go back. Okay. Assign country or region to your tax procedure. Execute. Region is Germany. So, with the tax D, right? I guess. So D. Yes. Yes, it is allowing. You can directly change. Okay. You can, if you want, you can create your different and separate tier for the assignment. But for I'm using only one tier for all the changes. Okay. And so now you have changed your tax procedure for German from tax D to tax D, right? If you see, I'll show you something. You only define the tax procedure and you assign to the country. That's it. You have not created anything in the tax procedure, right? If you see, the system will allow to create any tax code. For example, I'm selecting country D, right? Right. For example, Q1. If I press enter, the tax code Q1 is not defined for country D. Just a second. I think I am in display mode. Sorry. Slash and code. FTXP is for creation. Okay. FTXP is for creation, tax code creation. Okay. It is for a display. Now you see, it's asking only country. That means it's a country level, right? So I enter in country as D. Right. For example, if I'll try to create some tax code here, any tax code, okay? Let's see what the system throw an error message or not. Let's. It is allowing. Okay. Let's create this tax code for test. For example, we assume that this is input output tax code. Select A output. Check query, for example. And now you see here is nothing. Until and unless you define those conditions in the tax procedure, there is no use of creating any tax codes. So tax procedure is made because everything the tax calculation will happen from the tax procedure itself. Okay. Right. So go back. So assign my tax procedure, right? I'm going back. Now again. Creation procedure. Okay. Execute. So we already completed this step, right? Now I'm going to define my conditions. Okay. So I want to create some conditions. For example, can anyone tell me why we have to create conditions?
To identify whether the tax is relevant for the input tax purchases or sales. Based on the condition types, it will be derived respective tax code.
So whether that's okay, yeah, that's okay. But see, you are telling that to identify whether that transaction is relevant to or purchase or sales. You mean to say
And
something?
that is a one thing. And what's the percentage of tax for the tax code? sequence.
Okay. For example, my question is, for example, you are doing some sales. Okay. Right.
Right.
So you assume that you created one condition type, for example, MWAS, which is the output condition, output tax condition. Okay. Right. So along with, we will create some base condition, like for example, MWBAS, for example, it's a base amount condition, right? So in that case, I'll create one more condition, that is MWVS. Right? One is for input, one is for output, one is for input, right? So you said in your previous comment, right? So whether to identify whether transaction is related to sales or purchases, whether it's a sale, it will calculate some taxes based on this condition. Am I right?
This is the conditions which we are defining, and again that the top of that access sequence, and on what basis. If it is a recharge, again it is a input and output tax also applicable. So sequence also we need to define.
Okay. No, access sequence, let's keep it a separate, right? It's not required for now. Okay. So for example, you are doing some sales to the customer, right? You wanted to calculate obviously output tax, right?
Correct.
So you know about we charge freight, right? But freight is nothing but your delivery charges, right? So delivery charges, where in some countries you wanted to calculate tax on the delivery amount as well. Okay, you wanted to calculate tax on base amount as well as your delivery amount. Okay. In that case, only that MWAs will sufficient to calculate the tax on freight as well.
That is not. Yeah, that will not.
How we can accommodate this? I want to calculate tax on the freight.
But condition needs to be defined in the pricing procedure, like whenever for that delivery, if it is applicable for the freight delivery, then that condition needs to be added.
Yes.
But
so
generally it's not mandatory, right?
Yeah. Generally this.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally this is not mandatory. See, we can't say it is not mandatory, but this is totally based on the country tax procedure, right?
Yeah, that is a scenario.
Yeah, where we have in certain scenarios I saw in US and Ukraine as well. In US, they want some freight charges on the they wanted to collect the freight charges from the customer as well as they wanted to calculate taxes on the freight amount. So in that case, in simple word, to identify what kind of taxes you are collecting from the customer or vendor, okay, to collect that particular tax, you have to define the condition type. Okay, so you wanted to collect a output tax. So against output tax, you have to define a condition type. Okay, you want to collect a tax on the freight, so you have to define a condition type for the freight. Okay, so there's a reason we have to define these conditions. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll create some base amount. Base amount, obviously, you know, right? So to know the system whether this is a net amount, right? So the base condition will always tell to the system. So this is a net amount, and on top of it, you have to collect the taxes, right? So I'll create a base one condition. Yeah. For example, using that. For example, in US, we have the freight. They wanted to calculate tax on the freight, right? For example, right? But we don't have same setup in, for example, in Germany. So they don't want to calculate any taxes on the freight amount. So in that case, you no need to create any condition type or freight, right? So that is not required. It's totally based on the country. What are the taxes are existed in that particular country? Accordingly, you have to define each condition type. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So normally you will get some price discount as well, right? So if you are not creating any condition type for discount in the pricing procedure, how you will get the discount? Yeah. Right. So in the same way, you have to define each and every condition type according to the taxes which are going to collect in that particular country.
So basically the steps which we include in the calculation we are defining here as conditions.
Yes. So we have to define the condition. Then we have to map these conditions in your tax procedure. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll create some base condition and output condition and input condition. Okay. And also I wanted to create a condition for non-deductible, right? MW VN. There is one for MW VZ.
Santosh, sorry to interject, but what is the
I'll tell you.
full form of MWAS, MWVS, and others?
There is no full form. I'm using I'm using some unique name. That's it.
Okay. So it basically some SAP standards followed or something?
Yeah, I'm following only SAP standards. If you see here, for example, we can use any naming convention. That is not a problem. Okay. So generally, why I'm using, you see, normally these are the known condition types, right? So generally, they use most of the clients use the standard format only. Okay. You see MWS. Why I'm using MW, which is related to your access table. A is output tax and V is input tax.
Right. Got it.
Okay. Right.
Yep.
I will use MWVN is non-deductible and the MWVZ is for non-deductible input tax. Both are same, but I'll show you what is the difference between MWVN and MWVZ. Okay. And also I'll use NLXA. NLXA is for a reverse charge. Non-deductible. Is also non-deductible offsetting entry. That means it will create an extra line item for the tax. Okay. Create line item for tax. This is for non-deductible again. It won't create any extra line item. Okay. Create any extra line item. So tax line item. Okay. Right. So again, NLXA is a reverse charge tax code. It's a credit entry, credit tax entry. Okay. And NLXV, same, it is for RCM, it's a debit entry. It is tax entry. So this NLXA and NLXV will nullify each other. So it will remain tax amount is 0. I said yesterday, right? RCM is, we will show you in the accounting format that by showing that the input tax is collected, tax is paid to the vendor, at the same time is collected from the vendor. So we will indicate with the plus or minus symbol. Okay. So those we can, for those setup, we have to create these two conditions. So apart from you want to create any conditions, okay, you can create. Okay, right? So here they have created one expense. You see the travel expenses is nothing but freight charges. Am I right? So this way, if you wanted to create the freight condition also or travel expenses, so you can create a condition type for that as well. Okay.
Santosh, yesterday you mentioned
recoverable and non-recoverable also. So those we need to add here are only for EMEA countries.
Recoverable or non-recoverable cover up here in MWVZ itself.
Not put into only.
Yeah, here only. MWVZ will take, yes, MWVZ will take care both recoverable, non-recoverable, deductible and non-deductible. Okay.
Yeah.
So any conditions you wanted to create, you can create here. Okay. So what I'll do now, I'll create my own conditions. Okay. I'll go to the conditions. So these are my conditions, right? So we have already one condition types created with the base, right? You can use that same condition, or else you want to create your own conditions, you can create condition. For example, I'm creating my own conditions. Okay. Yeah. So here, you know, right, we have two ways. Whether we can copy the existing condition type, right, or else we can use a new entries. So I always suggest you to use the new entries. Okay. Click on the new entries. For example, I'm just giving some any unique name and a random name. Okay. So for example, S base one. Okay. I'll enter so base amount. Now you see access sequence, right? For base amount conditions, we don't use access sequence. Okay. Access sequence will help to calculate the taxes on that particular condition type. But here base amount itself is a net amount, right? Net amount itself, it will not calculate any taxes. So we need a separate condition type to calculate the tax on the net base amount, right? So that's the reason just we won't give any access sequence here. Just we will keep it as blank. Okay. Control data, you say the condition class. So condition class is always we use the discount or surcharge. After the discount only, we want to send the we wanted to calculate the tax, right? So that's the reason just we will select only a discount or surcharge, or else you want to use any a condition class you can use here. But the most recommended this one is means not in the most recommended. The generally used condition class is a discount or surcharge. After the discount, we will calculate the taxes on the net amount, right? So that's the reason I select the discount or surcharge. Okay. The condition type calculation
here. Sorry. Yeah. This base amount is a net amount or gross amount? Because
it is a net amount. It is a net amount, not as gross amount. There is no tax amount is included in the net amount. Yeah.
Okay. On top of this, we are going to add additional taxes, and then we are going to arrive the gross amount, isn't it?
Yes.
Got it.
Is a base amount here. Okay. Tax is our extra amount, right? So it's just a tax amount. So class is
net plus tax.
Base plus, yeah, base amount, yeah, net plus or tax amount is a gross amount. But here we won't take as a gross amount on the for the net amount, right? Because if you already paid the gross amount, again you are not going to collect the tax amount and the gross amount, right? It is not a proper this thing. So your tax is always on the net amount itself. Okay. So there's a reason just we are using that condition class is a discounts or surcharges. So after, for example, sometimes the vendor will give some discounts to you, right? After the discount only, you will pay the amount to the vendor. So on that amount, you will pay the taxes, right? So that's the reason just you select the condition class is a discount or surcharges. And the condition type is always a fixed amount, right? So condition is always around the fixed amount, right? You won't pay taxes on the quantity or net weight or volume or something, right? So you will pay on the fixed amount, on the net amount, right?
So Santosh, I have a doubt over here. For only creating condition type as base amount, we are using fixed amount, because I saw from the next session, previous session.
Base amount is nothing but your net amount. I'll use this one then. Net amount.
No. My question is
Okay.
about the calculation type. We use the fixed amount.
Yes.
But in the previous session, I saw that there was some calculation type as percentage as well.
In which?
For input tax or output tax. If we go to the previous session.
Previous session.
Where you are displaying all the conditions.
You mean in the sales order level?
This is, we are creating a new entry, but already SAP where entries were there for all the condition types, that I could see somewhere written like percentage in calculation type.
I'll show you what is the difference between the base and other condition MWS. You are referring MWS and MWS conditions, tax conditions. I'll tell you. Yeah, that is the reason. For those conditions, we will maintain access sequence. For the base amount, you won't calculate any taxes, you won't do anything. Okay? You are telling to the system, this is my base amount. The base amount is calculated after the discount itself, and the once the discount is given by vendor or customer or whoever. So that net amount will be the fixed amount for your tax calculation.
Okay, I got it now. So in conclusion, if we are creating only net amount condition type, we will be using calculation type as the fixed amount, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So calculation type you will use the fixed amount. Here and the condition category, we will use the base amount excluding the tax amount, right? We use base amount excluding taxes. Where is that? Yeah, base amount excluding taxes. The condition category. Okay. Is the end of the your transaction, your taxes will be excluded, right? So you can't include your tax amount in the net amount, right? So there's a reason in the condition category you will exclude your tax amount. That means it will take only your net amount or a base amount. Okay. Right. So now just tell me, a tax will calculate always in the line item level or header level?
Line item level.
Line item level, not on header level.
Line item level again, like that depends, like plant and everything, right? Material type and everything.
Okay. For example, I purchased some product from vendor ABC. Okay. So here I purchased 5 products. One product with a 21% tax. One product with a 9% tax. One product with a 6% tax. One product with a, for example, 3% tax. Okay. Again, I purchased one more invoice from the same vendor. This time, so this time I purchased one material. Okay, I purchased 5 material. The same with the same product. For example, I purchased same product as with quantity 5. Okay. And the tax rate is obviously like it's the same rate for the other place, right? It's the same rate for the all the line items or all the materials, for example. Now, so just tell me, so in this case, how the system will work? Yes, one is the tax will calculate on it always on the line item level. because we have a different line items and the different rates. If it is calculated on the header level, right, the system will don't know, right, what rate it has to pick, because we have a different line items in the order, right? So tax will calculate in the line item level as well as in the header level as well. In the header level also, the tax will calculate the taxes. If you see any example, for example, I'll show you. You know, this part is the header part, right? So this is a line item. Right?
Take another example where we are having multiple line items. Here we can see only one line item in this order.
I think I have created an invoice. Maybe I can show you that.
You can add another one also if you want.
Second.
Another line item.
Yeah, let's see if I can.
Let's take other material on, because let's see.
Okay, but just a second, I'll tell you. But still here it is, tax is not calculating, right? Just a second. Right.
What is the condition?
I'll tell you. I already created that the total intercompany and the standard invoice and everything. What I'll do, just a second. But while doing the practicals, I'll show you how. But for now, it won't calculate any taxes. You know why? In this
what is the MWST? Yeah.
What is? I'll tell you the reason behind it. You see here, there is no MWST or any tax condition.
Right.
Right? Because in the tax procedure, whatever the tax procedure using it, here they have not extended your condition type in the tax procedure. So that is the reason it is not calculating any taxes. So if you see in my first line item, I'm using the US plant. Okay. In my second line item, for example, I'm using my Germany plant, right? So it is a domestic. Now, yeah, it is calculating taxes. Now you see, yeah, I think I have extended this one in the pricing process yesterday, I guess. I remember now. Yes, I extended this TTX1 in the tax procedure. Okay, so there's a reason it is calculating taxes 19%. So now you see we have two line items, right? In one line item, it is calculating 0. And the second line item, it is calculating the taxes, right? Now, if you go here in the header level conditions, you can see the tax amount here, because there is no, in the header, you can see the whole amount as a net amount here. See, for example, in the line item, the net amount is for the first line item is 17 euros, right? The second line item is 35 euros. But in the header, it is taking both as a net amount, but it's calculating only for one line item. That means the tax is showing up in the header level itself.
But it will calculate, but based on the billing document. But see, like we can bill for line item level also, right? It's
yes.
It's not mandatory that we need to bill at sale order level.
We can do it the line item level also, right? It's not a mandatory.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But I have one doubt, Santosh. See here, if you look at the first line item, there is no tax conditions.
Right.
But is
in the first line item?
In the first line item. Is it the correct process to have any pricing procedure without any taxes? Because
I'll tell you why it is not showing any conditions, tax condition here in this. Means earlier it is the TTX1 condition type is not extended in the pricing procedure. Okay, I don't know. So before I created this order, I don't know whether this condition type is extended or not. After I created this order, I came to know that they have not extended this condition price. So after that, I have extended this condition type TTX1 in the pricing procedure. Then I have created with a different order. Okay,
Right,
that is the
right.
reason for the second line item. You can see that TTX1 is the output conditions. Okay,
Correct.
I'll show you that.
Yeah, I got that point, but my question is, do we have any pricing procedures without taxes? Because even if it is a 0% also, we should have some tax, right? In the pricing procedures.
We don't have any pricing procedure without any tax conditions.
Yeah, that is what my doubt. Yeah,
we don't have any. If you take any, for example, pricing procedure, right? I'm showing some pre-defined pricing procedure. Let's see the standard one, for example. Sorry, just. Yeah, for example, I'm using some standard pricing procedure RVA01. Okay, so this is the standard one. Oh, where is it? Yeah, this one, right? So if you see here, and just I'm expanding this pricing procedure. You see, we have so many condition types is created in the pricing procedure, right? Let's see our
So
yeah, this is a standard.
Almost all the conditions is applied here.
We won't apply all our tax conditions. Only
yeah, this is a standard procedure. That's the reason we are seeing all the tax conditions applied here, right? But we are not going to use this procedure. And according to our business, we will define our own procedure, pricing procedure.
You will define your own pricing procedure. But the thing is, what I wanted to try and tell you here, so with any pricing procedure is created, for example, any country, okay. So in that pricing procedure, they have to include your access condition table, like your access type, like you see, MWST is your access sequence. So they have extended your MWST. This MWST is assigned in each your condition type, right? In your base or in your MWST. Just a second. Here. Now all except your base condition, you will extend this MWST on all condition types. Okay. Accordingly, the system can understand, okay, this is an input tax, or this is an output tax, or this is a non-deductible or deductible. So this is a triggering point in the pricing procedure. According based on this condition type access sequence, the system means it will go to the tax procedure and it will read the appropriate condition type. Okay, from the pricing procedure, it will read your taxes table, right? Here, this one. For example, you are using this pricing procedure in your sales order, right? Once this pricing procedure used, right, it will go to your pricing procedure and it will check what is the condition type extended in that pricing procedure. For example, you are using MWST. And again, it will go to your tax procedure. What conditions are using this MWST sequence? So in this case, these many conditions are using MWST, right? So accordingly, after that, the system can understand, okay, so this is a sales invoice. Okay. So it will calculate, it will read MWSA as a condition type, right? For example, it is a purchase, it will read MWBS. In purchase, also we have a non-deductible scenario as well, right? RCM and non-deductible and everything. Then how the system can understand this, if this transaction is a RCM transaction or a non-deductible scenario. For that purpose, we will pass some driver. Driver in the sense, if you are using SAP, you will create, you will use some GL number or some material code or something, or as vendor number. So accordingly, it will go to your conditions, MEK3, and again that will, from there it will pick your tax code. Okay.
Right.
So for example, you're not using any automate tax determination for your purchases. For example, you want everything is manually, right? So you will enter the tax code, right? Based on the tax code, it will pick whether it's a output tax code, output, or is a non-deductible or RCM or recoverable, whatever. Based on the tax code, it will pick this particular rate. So each means the pricing procedure and tax procedure, your MWST records all together work. So means there is no, if something is missing right here, the system won't understand what is the correct tax type or what is the correct rate and everything. If you miss something, it is very difficult to understand. Okay. Maybe we'll see how we can set up these, how we can use that non-deductible or the MEK3 condition record for the automatic tax determination, right? So we will see slowly one by one. Okay. For now, and one more thing, I'll tell you. If you see, just a second, I wanted to add one more thing here. For example, this is second line item, right? What I'm doing now, so I'm changing my ship to country. Oh, it is already created, right? So I'll do one thing. I'll create with reference. Right. So here, okay. So in the partner, first let's see whether it's a tax is calculated or not. Tax is calculating 0. Why? I think ship to party is different. Sorry. Okay, tax is coming now, right? So what I'll do, you see TTXT is coming here. So if you go here, TTXT, so it is triggering domestic, right? So it is finding tax classification for customer is 1 and material for 1. For example, if you assume that I don't have any condition records in VK level. For example, from here it is picking 19%, right? For assume that I'm using a different this one combination. For example, we don't have 1 3, right? Okay. I'll use, for example, low tax for this material. Now you see in the conditions there is no TTXT, right?
That's right. Based on the tax classification, it will determine the respective tax conditions and applicable to the process.
Yeah, right. But now just tell me, this is a taxable transaction, right? Why the system is not telling us there is a tax condition missing in the pricing procedure?
Because we manually went and made the changes. So there is some videos
where
in the header, like tax classification, we changed to 3, right?
For example, what I'll do, I will not change manually. I'll directly change the custom master data, material master data. Okay. I'm not changing manually. What I'll do, for example, Germany, I'm using 3 tax. Okay. As for Anna, it's not like a ECC. I think we have to confirm our changes as well. Like I'm not sure how the system is designed. Yeah. Now it is 3. Because you assume that now I've not changed it manually. It is picking directly from the master data. Okay.
See, I mean to say here that condition record whatever we are maintaining in week 11, based on that, the tax will be determined. So if we are changing manually or if we are maintaining at material master or customer master, whatever the combination, if you go to the week 13, here these are the different combinations which we define for this country, right?
Yes.
So whether if it is a material and a customer level, like a tax condition 00, it is going to be empty, and 0101, and so accordingly, okay, here we don't have 3.
1 and 3 combination, we don't have any record. Okay.
Right.
Now my question is, we missed the week 11 condition records in the system. Then why the system is telling that there's a condition record missing in the week 11? Why the system is telling that? Yeah. You understand my question, right? For example, so I want this transaction as a taxable. It's clear, right? Now, I know that I have not maintained any condition records in the week 11. Okay. But I want that the system should throw some error message. So in the business side, they'll the only end user, right? They don't know. They simply create the invoice. If they don't comes across any error, they will simply go and create the delivery and billing everything. Once we are giving the invoice to the customer, right? You are collected from the taxes from the customer, but you are issuing an invoice without taxes to the customer. Customer will agree to take the invoice? No, right?
No. But tell me one thing, Santosh.
Yeah.
See, whenever we are defining it,
Go ahead.
Yeah. Just press enter. Whether, but definitely, as per my understanding, it should pop up an error message saying that MWST condition was missing.
Yes. Why it is missing? In the sense, I'll show you now. Here, this your MWST is not selected as a required entry here. So we are using a standard one. I'll show you the same pricing process what they are using in the order. For example, they are using Y10101. You see, it is not marked as a required entry. If I mark as if I mark this required entry, so you come here in the order again. Just go back. Just redetermine for the taxes. Just use option G. This is for the tax to update the tax conditions. Click on G. I'm not sure whether this will trigger now or not. Just a second. Let me come out from the order. Maybe due to some the buffer issues also it will not. Why it is not showing now?
Where the changes are saved. Just come out from this screen, maybe.
I think it changes. Yeah, it is. It's already saved.
It takes some. Yeah, you can save here again. Just go back to procedure, save it again, and come back.
Let's see.
Completely. No, procedures.
Okay. Here.
Yeah, save it and just come back.
Oh, sorry. It's saved, I guess. It's saved, right? So now, the reason is that maybe I'm using that reference, this one, right? Because of that, I guess.
No, it doesn't matter actually.
Let's see.
It doesn't matter.
Maybe that due to some buffer issue or something, because I'm using that the old order. You know, billing and sales order will, for example, even in the sales order, there is no taxes calculated, right? In the billing level also, for example, you are using the same order for the delivery, and from delivery you are creating the billing, right? So in the billing, you want the taxes. So sometimes it will not create with the taxes, means because we have some interlink between the sales order and the billing. The sales order is having the taxes, you can see the same taxes in the billing. If there is no in the taxes in the sales order, obviously, even though there is even the domestic or something, you won't see the taxes in the billing level. So we have some interconnections in between sales order and the billing level. That is a known thing. Now you see, now you are getting that. Now you are, yeah, that is a weird to listen, but that is a fact. So now you say that I have not maintained any condition records. Now the system is throwing that TTX1 is missing. Right? Okay, again we are diverting into our, this one, right? I think we'll go. Yeah. Even though the master data is with 3, but we can able to change the tax classification in the order level. Whether for the customer, we can change the country, tax classification, whatever. Okay. Now you see the TTXT is picking up.
And Santosh, one more thing, the most of the time we get this type of incidents where there will be pricing error.
Yeah, means the MWST is missing, right? So right. that time you have to check what is the plant they are using in that order. Okay. If it is a domestic, first you have to do one thing. First you have to go to conditions and go to the analysis. Check what is the access table it is reading in your MWST. For example, you see here, it is triggering MWST. So MWST, what is the combination is coming or picking from the order level? Just see this combination and check your VK30, for example. So we have we are using a different plant departure country. The plant departure country is always based on the plant country, right? Check whether they are using the proper plant country and the material master data. If they are using correctly, definitely there is a gap in the VK11 records. So you have to maintain that condition record. But before you do this anything, you have to take the proper business approval. I think I'm not sure because
VAT approval is mandatory.
Because we have to follow that GFCB guidelines, right? GFC flows is a goods flow control, right? So you are sending goods from one country to another country, right? So for example, you are a manufacturing company. You do some dangerous material as well. For example, you are producing some dangerous materials, right? For example, guns, for example. Okay, so these are the illegal things, right? You need a proper permission from the government to send these goods to a different country, right? So for that purpose, you will use this GBFCB. For that purpose, you have to follow the GFCB flows. Based if you have a approved flow number, accordingly you will maintain this week 11 condition records. If there is no approved flow, but simply to remove that error, you come here and you maintain some certain entry, for example, without a proper business approval or something. If tomorrow's anything goes wrong, right? They will check who maintained this condition records, and again you have to give some explanation, right? What is the reason you have maintained without proper approval? So just make sure that before maintain any condition records, check whether that is the approved flow or not. Sometimes users also don't know. They can sell these goods to that some XYZ country, right? Because there are the front end users, right? The business users, they don't know, right? Only the tax leaders know that whether we are legally to send these goods to one country to another country, some XYZ country. Only that, like your global process owners, right? They will know whether this is a approved flow or not approved. Okay, so you have to check this. I'll go to my this one conditions. Yeah, access sequence. I explained it right. Now we have to extend your condition type. But anyway, see, access sequence is purely it's a sales side, right? So the SD people will take and care your pricing procedure and everything. So they will responsible to create the pricing procedure. Even that MWST records as well, they will create as per your guidelines. You want any new condition table, for example, new access table. We have a domestic exports and a departure and a destination, right? For example, you want one more combination in the MWST access sequence, right? You have to give some certain guidelines to the SD persons. Accordingly, they will create a new table. But anyway, the pricing process will be taken care by SD people, so you don't worry about it. But you have to tell them this is a condition type we are using for the tax calculation. So make sure that this will be extended in your pricing procedure. Right? We have a different pricing procedure, right? For a standard, we will use a standard pricing procedure, right? For intercompany, we have a different pricing procedure. France abroad, we will use a different pricing procedure, right? For online sales, right? For e-commerce sales, we use a different pricing procedure, right? So you have to define in each pricing procedure that make sure that your tax condition type is extended or not. Okay. So that you have to check. Okay.
Hey there, want to become a whiz at managing supplies? Our SAP Vertex on S/4HANA course is here for you. You can learn at your speed on our site. In this course, you'll master SAP Vertex on S/4HANA. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, ensuring we have enough products and getting them where they need to be. Our course covers it all, from basics to pro tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with tons of experience. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students love this course too. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. Best part? It's affordable and won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP Vertex on S/4HANA Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
Here we have some options, right, to select all at a time. I think I can't see here. So I'm going to new entries. So I'm creating some base condition like a BS1. Like I use net amount. surcharge base amount excluding your tax account, right? You want to use this condition as part of the group conditions, you can use it, but it's not required. We always use only the item condition here. Okay. Just select our item condition, right? And just on manual entries. So this is a base condition type, right? Which is not required anything. So you can keep it blank. Generally for the tax conditions, we select as a D. D in the sense not allowed to process manually, right? The system has to calculate taxes automatically. You can't change manually, right? So there's a reason we select the D for the tax conditions. For now, I'm not using anything, just I'm selecting the item conditions. Okay. Sorry. So it is as usual, so it's not required, so you can use the same thing. Okay. Let's save this. Okay. All right. Now I'll go to the next here. I'll create some MWA1 output tax. Okay. Now I can use TTX1 or I can use MWST. Whatever you want, I can use. So for now, better we have some condition request. In TTX1, we can use the same one, TTX1. Because in the German pricing procedure, they are already extended this TTX1, right? There is no MWST. So there's a reason just I'm using the TTX1. Okay. Right?
Yes.
So here, condition class, I'll use the taxes, and condition type, I'll use A, which is a percentage. I wanted to calculate in the percentage. Again, condition category, I'll use D. Confirm and the purchase net price. And the net price, I wanted to calculate tax. Okay. I'll use D. The same way. Again, in the manual entries, no, I won't allow manual entries. So there's a reason I'm selecting the option D. So not possible to process manually. So let system to calculate the tax. And select that item condition. If you want to activate, you can activate header as well. You see, we can calculate taxes in header level, line item level, based on the quantity wise, based on the amount as well, based on the value as well. But generally we use only a header on the line item level. Mostly in the line item level we will use. Okay. Just TTX1 is not defined. Or else I'll use MWST. TTX, why I'm getting this error? So this is access table is not in our scope, so they will SD people will take care. It looks like it is TTX1 is not defined in the table, I guess. Let's see. You have any idea about how to activate this? Or else I can use that MWST. Okay, use that MWST, the standard one. So I have created here base one, right? Base one. The other condition is MWA1. Yeah. So as of now, I've created these two conditions, right? I'll create this input conditions and followed by this RCM and non-deductible conditions. Okay. So I'm going to create that MW. Right. What I'll do, I'll save these conditions here now. Right. I'll go back. I'll use that MWA1. So I'll copy this. I'll change it to MWB1. Input tax. And I'll create the same way MW. For now, so I've created my conditions type. So in the next step, what I'll do, I'll create my account keys. Generally, we use MWS as a account key, right? For here, I'll create my own account key like a MW1. Okay, sorry, not here. So here, MW1, and for this, I'll use VST, right? VST. 1. It's NAV, right? So I'll use NA1. It is NVB, right? So I'll use NV1 NLA. Okay, I'll use NLA. I use NLV. Okay, I'll create these account keys. So after that, I'll assign these account keys and my conditions in my tax process. Okay. So for that, you have to go to the check and change settings for tax processing. The task step is check and change settings for tax processing. Yes, good. You see, we already have so many accounting keys, right? These are the free, means VST and MWST as the free different account keys, right? Yes. Yes. Now you see, I'm telling to the system there is a MW account key can be used for tax type, means one, that is output tax, and I want this output tax amount in a separate line item. I don't want this to be include your net amounts. I want whatever the tax is calculated on your there's a net amount, right? So I want those tax amounts in a separate line item. Okay. So I'll copy this MWS1, or else you can go and create new entries by using new entries. What I'll do, I'll copy MWS and I'll change this to V1, right? Rest is same, everything.
I think we can use existing one. Okay. It is just like not much.
Yeah, so maybe I can use the same one here. Like I'll try. Let's see, M99. I think these people are already created so many keys. Okay, so here I'm using the standard one, MWS. You know, right, how to create this? Just you have to go to that new entries and enter the description and select your tax type and the selected posting indicator is 2. 2 means it will create a separate line item for your tax amount. Okay, if you don't need any tax separate line item, okay, you can use 1. So you can't see your tax line item in our accounting document, right? So for that purpose, we'll select the tax amount should be in a separate line item. So you should select 2. Okay.
So Santosh, these accounting keys generally summarizes the process for any condition or not?
These accounting keys can summarize your tax amount, whether you want in a separate line item. I'll do one thing. I have created one sample invoice, right? I can. Sorry. Maybe I'll use this.
I mean, what is the role of the accounting keys here?
Yeah, so accounting key will help to separate your tax amount, and it will help. Yeah, so just a second. 03. So this is a document flow. For example, this is my standard invoice. So this is my general entry. Let me open this. Yeah, I think there is no TTXT is selected as mandatory in the pricing procedure. There's a reason there is no tax here. I think I have to create a new one. So maybe let's see anything we have in the system. No, this is also not. Just a second, let's see in the table level if you have anything. Right, this decoder to view the accounting document, right? So there is one extra line item is generated, right? Third one, the third line item. So this is generated because of this your accounting key. So here you see it is calculated 19% and it is taking 100 as a tax base amount. On that it is calculated 19 and it is posted some VAT GM. For this amount, you see for 19 rupees, it is created a separate line item here. So for that purpose, okay, you will use this posting indicator in the accounting level. Yeah, that's also a thing. But it has to show up here, right? Accounting key.
No.
Or else this is input, right? It's an input. There is no tax code description is okay.
V1 is there. Yeah, tax code is V1.
V1 is there, but we don't know, right? What is the tax code V1?
Means that is a 19%.
There should be some. Yeah, 19%. But whether you see here, it is not showing up that description of here. It is showing, I can see that VAT GL description, but I don't see the tax code description. Yeah, that is what I'm trying to say. V1.
Just check the company code. It is 1010.
It's 1010. It's a German company code. I know.
Okay, but it is not showing up, right?
Yeah. Well, let's see. I'm sure OBY6 is it Germany or let's see. But I'm sure it's a German-based company. Yeah, it's a German-based company. Means somebody is already. I think I'm not sure how it's happened. Okay, or else I'll show you a different tax code. Okay, for example. Yeah, the reason is that I've changed the tax procedure, right? From tax D to DE in my initial configuration. So that is the reason you can't see this.
It doesn't matter, right? Because at
no,
country level,
yeah, if there is no proper no, just a second, I'll show you. OBBG. Let's see the procedure.
I got your point. Procedure which.
But in my tax procedure, you see,
okay, you mean
for Germany,
it is created under tax D. Okay.
Yes, this V1 is created in a different tax procedure, right? So we don't have any new tax codes. Any existing tax code is my new tax procedure, right? So that is the reason it is not showing up. So it is allowing you to create a new one. That's the reason, right? Guys, you understood, right? Why it is showing as a tax code of V1?
But this is a very rare scenario, I can say, like who is, I mean, we will change the tax procedure from one to other.
Yeah, we are in the training sessions, right? So we want to see.
That is true. Like
Yeah,
in live
yeah.
systems, it is not.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Once you assign, so no one can change the tax process unless we have any changes in the procedure. Okay, so now I change it to the old procedure. Now I'll go and check my tax code V1. Now you see 15 V1 is a 15% domestic input. This one. So which is created under the old tax procedure, 19%. Now you see this V1 is associated with your accounting key is VST, right? Okay. So we go here, sorry, VST. Just I'm coming out from here. If you go and check for VST, right? This is input tax, right? If you double click on the VST, you see that it is showing in a separate line item. It is calculated input tax and the tax amount is showing in a separate line item like this.
Okay, yeah.
Now you understood, right? If you don't select anything in accounting key level, okay, if you select is 1, you won't see the extra line item. Okay, your tax amount will not display. You can see like this. You will have some confusion here. My debit is showing is 119 and credit showing is 100. We have some balance mismatch, right?
Yeah,
but in the
option is saying posting is not required.
Yeah, but behind the screen, this tax amount is posted in a line item, separate line item. That we can't see if you don't select this separate indicator. Right? I hope now it's clear.
Yeah.
So now again, I'm changing to my old tax procedure. Okay, each time when you are doing anything, so it will create a TR. So now here I'm using that existing accounting key MWS, and for VST also, for input also, I'm using the same VST key. Is that okay if I can use the existing one? Or you want me to create a new one?
You can take the existing one, no problem.
Okay, I'll use the VST is the existing one. Okay, for MWVZ, this up. Maybe we are almost done, right? Okay, so for MWVN, I'll use that NEV, non-deductible input tax. Okay, I'll use this NEV for this NEV. Okay, for non-deductible, I'll use NVV. If you see, NEV, both NEV is non-deductible, NVV is non-deductible. What's here you see some difference. I'll show you that NEV first. Now you see here, non-deductible is activated, but it is generating a separate line item, right? See, non-deductible is always on the input side, is only on the purchase side. We won't see non-deductible recoverability on the sales side. Okay.
Yeah.
So for NAV, we activated non-deductible. And the same time, we are telling that whatever the amount we have non-deducted, right? The vendor is not authorized to non-deduct, or right? Those amount will be showing up in a separate line item. Okay. For if you check NEV, here you see we activated same the non-deductible key, but here we are using posting indicator as 3. That means you see distribute to relevant expense or revenue accounts. So whatever the tax amount the system is calculated, the tax amount will be distributed to your expense or revenue accounts. So this is the difference for other just means the standard accounting keys and the non-deductible accounting key. Okay.
Can you give one small example for this third?
For example, First, I should know what is the tax code for non-deductible. I'm changing the procedure. Okay. So now I'm going to tax codes. So I wanted to see all the tax code at a time. So just as I'm putting star. Now you see we have so many tax codes created here. Can you see anywhere it's non-deductible or non-deductible, right? Input tax 16% of 20, which is non-deductible. For example, let's open this one, or for example, N1. Let's see. For N1, nothing. I think these are the old. Earlier in Germany, we have 16%. So due to the COVID, it is changed to 19%. I think they are using the standard as. Let's see any different tax code. So input is 16%, of 20% is non-deductible. What is the 20% of the 16? 20% of
12.
16.
It's 12.
I have to post an invoice. Maybe I'll do one thing. In our practical session, maybe I can show you how to create this whole. But for now, I'll use some existing one, something. Just a second. N1, N1, N2, N3, N3. We have only 3 tax codes. Huh? N1. No, we don't have any examples.
I think FI invoice.
Sorry?
FI invoice you can post with some expenses.
I'll do one thing. Let's see whether I can do something. Why I can't see all the tax codes?
Have you reset back to this one? DE?
Yeah. I changed it to my old tax procedure.
Just to come out from that screen, maybe if it is open and changes may not reflect the tax process.
Yes. I have opened the tax codes, I guess. Just a second.
No, tax codes, that is fine. Tax procedure, country level.
No, tax procedure, I think I already closed. I closed it already, so I not opened anyway. Yeah. Yes,
just try to post from AB16, no, instead of directly.
Yeah, I can do that as well, but the thing is, why it is not showing? Document type care enter required header text. It's not enough for tax please check code. That's okay. I'll use But the thing is, they have not created anything, right? So they have not printed any percentage in the on the tax code level. One thing, just a second. Maybe if you want. N2, right? Okay. For N2, what is the 20%? Okay, just a second. Let's change this to 19. Okay, it's 20%. How much it is? 20%?
On 60, it is 12.
12%, right? So I wanted to calculate 12% is a BST and 4%, sorry, 19 in not in 16. Yeah, 19.
20% of 19.
Yeah. 19 to
Right.
20.
It's 3.8.
3.8%, right? So 3.8. I'll maintain 3.8 is non-deductible and minus 19%, which is 15.5. So 15.5 I will maintain here. Okay, right?
Yeah.
So if let's see YCOA VST. Oh my god, what is the code? Okay, 12600. Now I'm telling to the system, calculate only 15%, 15.2% as a VST and the 3.8% as a non-deductible. So the vendor is liable to calculate, means collect only 15.2% from you. Okay, the rest 3.8% will go and adjusted into your expense account, right? So now what I'll do, now I'll use the tax code N2 here. Click simulate. Correct and correct. Okay, correct amount is 19 euros. It's okay. Oh my god, I have not selected it. GL account in tax code not found. I think the GL is not created, I guess. Yeah, this is not created here. So what I'll do, I have to log out and log in. So
I think there is a one entry, right, Santosh? You can take the same GL instead of this GL in FTXP. There is a document you open. Yeah, you can just
yeah,
copy.
I taken the same GL.
Because if you look at this one, this company code is 1010.
Right.
You maintained at 1260100, I think. This is not the same GL in tax code.
Oh, a second. Oh my god. It's the same. Okay, let's see. N2. Okay, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So what is that? 1260000.
Just to remove one and yeah.
0000. This one?
Yeah.
input part. Okay. Yeah, I thought maybe by wrongly it is I selected that GL, I guess maybe. Okay, that's okay. So now go here. Here is my entry. Yeah. Right. Okay. Simulate. I think still it is picking. I have to come out from the screen again. I have to re-execute. But still, why it is not showing up here again? Now you see 87 rupees it is taking as a net amount. Okay. 87, I'm calculating my mobile. Okay, 87.23 minus 15.2 is a percent, which is how much? A second, 15.2, right? 15.2. I can calculate 87.23 minus 15.
Can you go to taxes tab, please?
So it is calculating 15.2, which is 12.7, and that your 3.8 is go and add it into your net. You see, 87 it is showing is a total net amount here, but the tax base amount is going only 84 rupees because your the tax amount, right? This 3.8% is calculated, right? Which is 3.19, right? Which is go and add it to your 84.04. So if you add both 84.04 and 3.9119, it will goes to 87.23. So let me post this first.
Santosh, 1 second. I know one. You go to taxes.
Yeah.
Here, why base amount is showing as 84, not why not 100?
Why not 100? In the sense, here we have some settings. Editing options. Here we have some settings. Here you have to select calculate tax on the net amount. That this one just a second. That you have to activate. Now let's see. Taxes. That is a system setting. So you will maybe you can see in your system. There you have to activate that checkbox where you have to calculate taxes on the net amount only. But why it is just a second. I can see we have some checkbox like this here. So you have to yeah, yes, okay. Now it's showing. Okay. Change user master data, that's okay. Now go back. Maybe again you have to re-execute. Okay, just a second. You have some gap. Now you see it is calculating under net amount. Now you see we have some balance difference 19. Let's enter 119. Right, so balance is 0 now. Go to simulation. Now you see tax amount, net amount is taking now 100. This is a system settings that you have to adjust. Okay.
But Santosh, the which we created BST base amount calculation. So there we defined as the net amount, right? Base amount. Yes. If you go to the FTXP,
yes, on
top base amount, that is going to be net amount. On top of that, we are going to apply the whatever tax. The input and output tax. Yes. So if we are defining there as a net amount, then again, why should we select this as a net amount, like user settings?
No, this is a transaction core level settings, right? It is so you have to change it here. So where some organizations, they want to calculate, means this is a screen settings, right, which is not relevant to your means even
No,
though
no,
you
I got your point. Can you go to FTXP?
yeah, I understand. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Right. So if you go here, like we have MWVS, right? And the MWVZ condition types.
Yes.
Okay. So this one, it should consider as a base amount as this one, right? This is a net amount.
Yes.
BASB is the base amount. That is a net amount.
Right.
Which
For
we are
both
seeing
condition,
as
for
100.
both conditions, both condition, it is calculating based on the base amount conditions from level
Right.
100. Okay.
Level. So base amount, our base amount is 100 in the document level.
See, this is a condition level. So here we are entering the amount, right? So here, for example, let's use
1000.
For example, 1000. Yeah, 1000. Okay. Yeah.
See, I know that is not the amount. I know, Santosh. See, that is not the amount. Okay.
No, here the settings you have to adjust, which is not relevant to your configurations. Okay. Some users, they want to post, they want add that tax amount in the line item level. You see here, if you select the tax, so calculate on the net amount, right? So here, if you don't select this, generally you have to select this checkbox. Okay, if you don't select this, what happen? It will take in the line item level, the tax amount is included here. The tax amount is included here. If you select these conditions, this checkbox, okay, it will want to include your tax amount in the line item level. This is screen settings.
The invoice, vendor invoice based, this will be selected and posted accordingly.
Yes. So nothing to do with our configuration. Our configuration is correct. Just the thing is, you need to change some formats, right? So screen formats or something. So this is one kind of thing. So it's clear now?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm posting this now. So document is posted. If I go and display my document, the taxes. Now you see my tax base amount is 1000. On top of it, it is calculated 152, which is 15.2%, right? And for the second line item, also it is taking the tax amount. You see, 140 is calculating from 100, which is base amount, right? So it's taking 100 as a base amount. And top of it, it is calculating 3.8%, which is 38 rupees. But you see some difference here. This 152 is go and landed into your VAT GL. You see here, right? But you won't see this 38 anywhere here. Because this is go and adjusted into your net amount, your tax base amount. You see, 138. Here you have 1,000 is a base amount, and your non-deductible amount is go and added into your base amount, and which becomes 1,038. So this is how we will set up the non-deductible scenarios.
Yeah, one question, Santosh. Here it is calculating on net, right? Can we do it on gross also? Or always net?
We can do. You have to change the conditions, right? If you see,
condition only you manage.
Yeah, you have to change the base conditions, right? I selected some net right there in the condition. There you have to select the gross. That's it.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which module does SAP Vertex integrate within S4HANA to manage tax calculations? Option A, SAP MM. Option B, SAP SD. Option C, SAP FI. Option D, SAP PP. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a whiz at managing supplies? Our SAP Vertex on S4HANA course is here for you. You can learn at your speed on our site. In this course, you'll master SAP Vertex on S4HANA. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, ensuring we have enough products and getting them where they need to be. Our course covers it all, from basics to pro tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with tons of experience. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students love this course too. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. Best part? It's affordable and won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP Vertex on S4HANA Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
And yesterday, when I'm posting Miro invoices, right, I think you have raised some concern, right? Why it is calculating taxes and the gross amount. Actually, that is not a gross amount, right, Aparna? So the tax amount is coming and adding into your line of term. Okay, so still, if you say that example, I've taken 100 rupees as a grass in the header, right? And the line item level also I've taken the same amount. But when I simulate it, right? So in the taxation tab, it is showing the the net amount is 84 or 87 rupees. You're right, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So that is it is calculating on the net amount itself, but due to that's option in the options, right? So they have some calculate on the net amount, some options, right?
Mm-hmm.
Due to that, what is doing that? So that is adding your net amount, your tax amount to your net amount. So that will becomes your gross amount in the both header and line item. So it is not calculated in the the gross amount. If it is a gross, right? So my gross amount is 100 rupees. On top of it, if it is calculating 19%, it becoming 119 rupees, right?
But still, sorry, Santosh, sorry to stop you here. So my question is, like, when we are trying to post the vendor invoice, okay, in B60, the tax code in the drop-down box was not showing up. That is what my question. And I was clear on the gross and net amount, or like how it is posting in the vendor invoices, like based on the settings, whatever the user settings, based on that, it is calculating. That is perfectly, absolutely fine. Yeah.
Okay. So now your question is that why the tax codes are not populating in the Miro screen, right?
So in the options, we are unable to see, right? The tax codes.
Yes, I checked in the system. So in my yesterday also I checked my system as well. Okay, so where I think this is a defer the system version, I guess, right? Now we are using 2022 system, right? For this, you have to add some tax codes in one of the table. Okay, now I'll show you something. You have to maintain some values for the tax codes. Okay. In MM level, in MM level, to post any kind of transactions. For example, if you see here, it's showing is a 0, right? So no tax codes are showing up here, right? For example.
Correct. Yeah. My question was this one. Yeah. Why it is not showing up?
So I'll show you.
Any additional configuration is required.
I'll show you that. So what are the tax codes? In my new tax procedure, we don't have any tax codes, right? Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, what I'll do, I'll change it to my old tax procedure.
Tax team.
Yeah. Right. Where you have to go and add some values to your tax codes. Okay, in SPRO. I remember the T code, BZT. Okay, this is a T code, but I'll try to go via path. Let's see. So let's see. SAP reference IMG. And invoice verification and incoming invoices. Yeah. Say the maintain default values for tax codes. Here you have to add your sorry, not this one, not this one, sorry, not this one. Just a second. So I guess.
Just to add, do we need to maintain it SM34 table, BC T0 T0K table, the tax code?
No, not there. In OBZT. Yeah, here I remember the T code, but I'll tell you the path. Okay, maybe tomorrow session. Okay, so here you have to add your tax code. For example, if you see here, for example, in new entries for the invoice verification relevant for all transactions, financial accounting invoice receipt, financial accounting outgoing invoice. Right, so outgoing invoice will work for only on the purely on the sales side, right? Invoice receipt on the purchase side. If you maintain all the tax codes here for all the transactions, you can able to see the all the tax codes in your any script, like whether you are a purchase or sales. Okay, so here I have added some certain tax codes, right? You see, so I have added these many tax codes, right? So if I go to my Miro screen now. But in my 190 version, we have not maintained anything, but still the tax codes are popping up.
Yeah,
but
that is what, because yeah, I never activated any additional setup.
Yeah,
so
yes.
Curious to know like why it is so.
Now you see the same tax codes, whatever I added here, I can see all the tax codes here.
Okay, so you mean to say this is an additional step in 2022 version?
Yes, in 2022 you have to add this tax codes in this table.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and just a second. Okay, so regarding yesterday's sessions, any questions? Right?
Yeah, you can go ahead with configuration.
Okay. Okay. So we left with the account keys creations, right? So I'll use the same accounting keys like NVV, ESA, and EAC. Right now, my conditions are ready. My account keys are ready. What I'll do, I'll create my tax procedure. Okay. So first I'll change that my tax procedure to my this one. Right. So I'll create my tax procedure. Let's go back. Right. Go to your check calculation procedure. Just execute the tax calculation procedure. Go to procedures. My tax procedure is tax DG, right? Tax DG. Okay. Select this procedure and click on the control letter. Now you see here it is blank. Everything is empty, right? So what I'll do, I'll add my condition. I'll create my tax procedure. For example, step I'm taking 10, 20. 7. Okay. Tax process is very important, yes. Okay. So I'll take my condition types. So these are the new conditions, right? We created yesterday, right? I'll take my new conditions. I'll paste it here, right? And these are my accounting keys, right? I'll use my same accounting keys here. Right? Here I'm not mapping any accounting keys to the base amount, because only these are the condition types will calculate the taxes, and accordingly it will generate some tax separate line items. And the bait itself, it won't calculate any taxes, right? So it won't need any condition type or anything, any access key. Okay. So press enter. Right now, this from step and two step is very important. Right? Example, I wanted to calculate tax amount on my net amount. What is the net amount? First step, it is 10. So I wanted to calculate on the 10. Right? The sister step 20 will take the net amount base amount from step 10. Okay. For input also, I'll use the same. I need a base amount. For non-deductible also, I need a same net amount. For a deductible debit or credit, for this also I need a same net amount, right? For RCM also I need the same. Now tell me, I said in yesterday class, right? RCM is nothing but as a debit and a credit. So will at the end of the accounting, the tax amount will remain 0, because so the tax amount will nullify each other, right? We will show you, for example, I said, right, it's on behalf of vendor, you will pay the taxes to the government, but at the same time in accounting, you will show any entry like that. For example, you are paid to the you paid the taxes to the vendor at the same time, and you collected from the vendor.
Yeah.
So right at the end of the day, so your tax amount will become 0, right? Right now, for example, here my tax amount, my net amount is taking from the step 10, right? So to nullify the second one, right? For example, you calculated in ESA, you calculated 20 rupees is a, for example, you assume that you paid 20 rupees to the vendor, right? In the next step, you have to collect back from the vendor, right? So again, you have to show up with a negative 20 rupees. Am I right? Right? Here, now you just tell me, for 60 step, I used the net amount, right? As a step 10. For 70 step, what should I use?
60.
Okay, if I use 60, okay. Is it wrong if I use 10?
Yeah, because it will add up to this credit tax.
We need to nullify both. So that's why we have to take it from 60, right?
Yeah. So if you take 60, so this 70 step will take from here. So your tax amount here, your tax amount will become a net amount to the step 10, 70, right? So that is the reason you have to take 60. And we have one more possibility also. We can take step 10 as well. No issues. I'll show you how these two will nullify each other. Okay.
And while we are taking these steps, only they are adding up, or how we can decide it's being subtracted or getting added up?
By seeing the conditions, right? You are creating a RCM
Okay,
condition
okay.
type. So by seeing that, you have to define the system.
Okay.
No one
okay,
else.
yeah.
This is a standard setup, right?
Yeah, for that we have conditions. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
For now, if I use 60 or if I use 10, what will happen? We'll see. Okay. I'll show you the both things. Okay. For now, I'll take 60. Okay. Right. So I'm saving my procedure. Right. So my my tax procedure is ready now. Right. Now, what we need, so we need some tax codes. Right. So in the basic settings, we almost covered up these things, right? You created a tax calculation procedure and you are sent to the country and you define your own tax procedure, right? Now we need some tax codes to calculate the taxes, right? For that, just go back and just come to the calculation part here. So here you have to define some tax code for your sales and purchases. Here under calculation, tax codes for sales and purchases, right? And why we have to create a tax code? Guys, why we have to create a tax code?
Maybe it will justify that procedure we made.
Take it at percentage.
Yeah, obviously. So why we are calculating, we are creating tax code means we have to calculate some certain percentages, right? So those percentages we can maintain under the tax code level itself. So we can't maintain anywhere else, right? And also to understand what kind of transactions we are using, we are posting in the system, and accordingly we can select the appropriate tax code by seeing the description.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So if I go in, so it is asking your countries D. For example, just tell me, and one thing also, this tax code is sorry, the tax code will generate any TR?
No.
No.
No, yes, it creates TR.
It won't create, but we can move the changes through the TR by adding the transport.
Okay, you mean you have to export the tax codes into TR, then we can move to that? Okay. Yes, we can both we can do in both ways. Without TR also we can create, and the created tax codes also we can add it into your TR number. Okay.
Yes.
So for example, I'm creating some tax code V0. It's 0%. Okay. Tax type will help to identify whether you are creating a input tax or output tax, right? So you are creating input tax, so I'm selecting tax type is V. Is my input tax. Can you check what is the importance of this check ID? Any idea why we have to select this check ID? If I select this check ID, or if I don't select this check ID, what will happen?
Probably the tax may not calculate.
No. If you select or unselect, it will calculate the taxes. The thing is, For example, your net amount is 100 rupees, for example, right? For example, you activated this checkbox, right? For example, you wanted to calculate 20% is a tax amount, VAT. Activate this check ID. The system will make sure that whether the system calculated correct percentage or not. Okay. If the system calculating only 19.99%, okay. So in that case, if you activate this check ID, it won't allow to post it because we have some gap, right? 0.1%, right? So these variances will check in the backend by using this check ID. Okay, if you maintain this check ID, so the system has to calculate 20%, and there is no way to add it manually. Those kind of settings we can do with the help of check ID. For example,
suppose the net amount is 1999. Then the 20% would be on some decibels, right? Then how to it will check.
So, but that purposes we are using this tolerances rate, right? You know about tolerance, right?
Yeah.
So in that cases, for example, you have some differences. For example, you have some 0.05 differences. I'll mention some tolerances here, like 0.3. If it is under 0.3, it will allow to post. If it is more than that, it will throw some error, balance mismatch in debits and credits. So that is the reason we use that tolerance per rate. Or we can maintain some thing like 99.9%. Like we have some 0.1% is gap, right? We can maintain that as well.
Here also I have one doubt. We had encountered one of issues that there the calculations were not coming up to the mark because of these decimal points. So for that reason also sometimes the vendor or the user has not actually agreed on the posting of the documents. So for that also SAP has some standards, right?
Yeah, we have. No, see, first thing, what it means you are getting a same tax amount is a difference, or you have some decimals difference.
Yeah. If at all there are 2 or 3 line items, right? For that also, once they are actually accumulating or grossing the amount, it's coming or 0 point or something odd digit, which is less.
Okay,
something.
You mean to say it's a vendor recon issue?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So for that also in the tolerance might be the tolerance part was point some decibels, 2 or 3 decibels.
Yeah.
When it's going for more than that, and when we are adding up, it will throw some amount deducted, right? So for that part also, how to actually maintain it?
Here, are you using the vendor recon account? So have you activated the vendor recon account in LCRD?
That I'm not sure.
Okay.
That issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you using what? I think people said, right? You are using accelerator part, right?
Yes.
Check the company code. See. Taxes. Go to this transaction code. Okay. Under that, just select the vendor recon. Okay, vendor recon settings. Sorry. Vendor recon settings. Okay. Under that, we have some table that we can maintain set company codes a table, something like that. Where in that table, whether your company code added or not, check that first. Okay. And after that, check your tolerances. You have some huge differences, right? The difference amount will go and sit in the some small differences account, right?
Right.
So invoice, where is tolerance? Here. Invoice log. Yeah, here. Check for example, my company code is BD1010. Check for a tolerance key is BD. BD is a small differences account. Okay. So here, check what is the tolerance amount they have maintained here. For example, in the system, I maintain 2.56, right? But you are getting that 2.6, which is more than 2.56, right? So in that case, there is no option. They have to adjust the invoice to match the tolerance limit, or else they have to change these tolerance setups here. But this is again, it's a country level changes. Okay, you won't go and simply change the tolerance limit. Okay, it's always suggestible to adjust your invoice, or you can tell to the system. You see, if your amount is 2.56, some differences, right? If you activate this vendor recon, then only it will allow to post with the 2.56 difference. If it is more than that, it won't allow to post it. That is called, we call it the vendor recon account. So you have to adjust somewhere in the line items. Okay, so you have to check both is the check limits and whether this vendor recon is activated for your company code or not. If it is activated, check the limit here, right? In your invoice, you are getting 2.6. Ask them to make it 2.56. There is only 0.4 pennies difference, right? You can tell to that vendor.
Right.
Okay. So that small differences, it will not any issues. Okay, no problem. That you can check. So I'm creating input tax code, right? So yeah. So here you understood, right? What is our purpose of this check ID? Check ID will help to whether your tax amount is calculated as per your tax rate or not. So this check ID will check. Okay, you maintain is 20% in the rate, and you activated this check ID. Whether it will check whether the system is calculated exactly 20% or not. Okay, so I will activate this check ID. Okay, I'll tell you this EU codes are target codes. You know about the tolerances, right? Just now I told you, right? It's the same thing. Enact is very simple. So if you don't want to use, you can just inactivity here. Okay, I'll tell you these two. What are these two? Okay, EU codes. We have to maintain some EU codes for the RCM tax codes, not for the all tax codes, only for RCM. Okay, and the target tax code. You know about the deferred tax? What is deferred tax? I supposed to tell you in my this in an initial call itself, I guess. Deferred tax is nothing but we will pay the taxes. We will pay the taxes to the vendor in advance before we purchase anything. Okay. Before we purchase anything. Anything in a sense, only services. Deferred taxes will applicable only for the services, not for the goods. Okay. To set up the deferred tax, we will create some tax codes like deferred tax and target tax codes. So in that purposes, we will use this target tax code. Okay. I'll show you when we have to activate this target tax code and what is the difference between the input standard tax codes and the deferred tax codes, right? I'll show you. Okay. For now, I'm creating some sample tax code. The input tax code is 0%. Okay. I'm saving this. I'll go to accounts. Okay, I won't activate any GL here. I'll do in the next step. Okay, I'm saving this. Right. Again, I will create some output tax code. The output Did you observe anyone here? We have something is missing, right? Reporting country is missed here, right? Guys, you there?
That is true.
Yeah. Why reporting country is missing? Why it is not showing up? Any idea?
I'm not sure on this.
Okay,
But generally, yeah, we will have the like plant abroad. We will create that one, but not sure why it is not showing up here.
Yeah, because of the plants abroad only. If you activate the plants abroad, then only you can see that the reporting country field here in the tax code creation. If you don't activate the plants abroad, you won't see, because that is nothing required, right? You are reporting it's within your country only, because you don't have any foreign registrations, so no need to activate the plants abroad. So we can maintain a rates in two ways. With the creation of type tax code also, we can maintain the rate, and we have some certain T code for that. From there also, we can maintain the rate. Okay. So I'm here directly.
Sorry, Santosh, can you please repeat? Like, can we maintain? I didn't get you.
We can maintain the tax rates in both ways. Okay. Okay. One is at the time of tax code creation. The one is by using F11. Right. From F11 also we can maintain the same.
Got it. Got it.
You people are not telling anything. I'm creating output tax code, but I'm giving the description as purchase. And you know about out of scope tax codes? Out of scope. Out of scope in the sense, these are not relevant for any taxes.
Is it similar to that exempt tax?
No, exempt is different. Exempt, the product is completely exempt, but out of scope is not relevant for taxes, like for intercompany taxes, right? For example, you are posting intercompany invoices for that within the same legal entities, right? So in that case, within if any sale or purchase happening within the intercompany invoices, right? We won't pay tax, right? It's an intercompany transaction. It is not generating any revenue, or we are not paying any expenses to the vendor, right? So it is intercompany. If that transaction is not relevant for taxes, in that purposes, we will use out of scope, not relevant for tax. Okay. So even I created.
So Santosh, I have one question.
Yeah.
If it is out of scope, if it is not relevant for tax, if we won't give any tax code, then how does it matter?
No, you have to report in your returns, right? So you have to show up that this transaction has been made in our company while submitting your tax returns to the government. They will do some auditing, right, every month.
Right.
If they found this transaction, why this transaction is not added in your tax return? So in that case, you don't have any answers, right? So there's a reason you have to include those transactions as well in the tax return.
Okay.
Yeah. Or else it will become some compliance issue and they will come up with the different questions. Again, it's a different thing. So I would take those kind of risk,
tax
right?
penalties also. Yep.
Yeah, you know about this auditors very strict, right? Okay, so here I'm creating some zero rate. I'm creating few tax codes. D S. I created zero rate, standard rate. Can you tell me, on the purchase side, we have an exempt? On the purchase side, can we have, on the purchase side, can we have the exempt taxes on the purchase side?
Yes, obvious we can have like
how
tax exemptions like based on the products also.
Based on the products also, that's okay. That's okay. But your taxes will calculate it based on the vendor point of view, right? Not on the product wise. On the purchase side, it is always on the physical origin country. Why we don't have exempt taxes on the purchase? Because the vendor don't hold any exempt certificates. Only customers will hold the exempt certificates. Most of the cases. As of now, I don't see whether we have an exempt tax code for the purchase side. I see only on the sales side.
Okay, for customers, then why only for customers?
Because customers will have some.
We are also customer for the vendor, right?
Yeah.
Then
the customer become vendor and vendor become a customer. For that can't be an input tax, right? So he will purchasing something. So he is selling something. So for him, it is not an input tax, right? I understand vendor become a customer, customer become a vendor. But here, your vendor means you are selling something to the customer, right? And the same time, you are purchasing something from the different vendor. So then that case, you become a customer, but in your first scenario, you will become a vendor, right?
Yeah.
So accordingly, you have to select that. When you are customer, yes, you have an exempt certificate, you can show up. But when you are acting as a vendor, you don't have an exempt certificate, right?
But here,
showing up the certificate means?
The certificate means we will get some certificate from the government for particular state or region. So in that state here, a state or region, so I am exempted from the taxes. You will get some certification from the government. For example, you know, right, SEZs and FTZ. Special zone economics, right? Special economic zones. Here we don't have any taxes. What is a FTZ? It's a free trade zones. Means in the free trade zones also we don't collect any taxes from the customers, right? Like that, we will hold some certificate from the government. So the government will issue some certificate, so and so customer from so and so region and so state is completely exempt. In certificate also we have different kind of certificates. You are clear, right?
Yeah.
So we have different.
So it is, you mean to say that it's not applicable on products, rather it's on the customer side?
Yes, it will only on the customer side. Because products will don't have any exempt certificates, only the customers will have the exempt certificates. In Vertex, we have separate topic for ECM, exempt certificate management. Okay. So for that, we'll use for customers. But most of the cases we use only customers. As of now, I don't see any exempt customers for vendor. 99% I'm telling you, I don't see, but I'm not sure whether they will use an exempt certificate for whether for vendors or not. But as per my knowledge, vendors don't hold any exempt certificate. Only customers will do.
Okay, let me. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Like, yeah, even I will recheck. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you can recheck. Yeah. Okay, so here I'm creating some out of scope. Out of scope is a 0%. Okay, what I'll do now, I'll create one RCM tax code now. So I have created A0, A1, A2, right? V0, V1, and V2. 0%, 19%, and again, this is out of scope. This is 0, same. Okay. I'll create now some RCM tax code. For example, I'll create some A3. Sorry. RCM is only for on the purchase side, right? Not on the sales side. Create A3. RCM tax code for now here I maintain 19%. So here tell me what is the percentage I have to maintain.
Minus 19.
Minus
19.
Minus 19. How come minus 19?
It is a credit and debit, right? Like.
Yeah, for example.
But it's in. But it's in percent.
It's in percent. That's okay. No need to maintain percentage. That's okay.
Okay.
So here, if you see for the step 60, it is calculating 19% on the net amount, right? For example, 100 rupees your net amount, and that it is calculating 19%.
Should it be 100%?
Yeah, I am telling you that. So here for the 670, I am telling to the system that whatever the tax amount you have calculated in the above step, right? So that tax amount will become your net amount right here, right? So to nullify each other, you want to take the total tax amount as your net amount, right? Yes or no?
Right. In the procedure, it is defined as the 60, not 10.
Yes.
Right? That's
yes.
The reason.
That is
that is a case, then yeah, it has to change.
Yes. It has to change. It should be minus 100%.
100%.
Then only it will calculate the.
Yeah.
Then only it will nullify each other. If you maintain 19%, what will happen? It will calculate 38%.
No, that is for 10. If we are maintaining both instead of 60, if we maintain 10, then obviously we have to maintain 9.
Yes, in that case it is correct. But here we are using 60, so you have to maintain 100. Right? So now you tell me, ESA is the output accounting key. Am I right? is the output account again. You know, you see here I mentioned tax type is output, but I am creating in a here is a input tax, right? And ESC is again is a input ESC. So this is okay. Now on the purchase side, we are posting by using input and output condition types, right? But the purchases only allow only input taxes. Am I right?
Yeah.
But here, how the system will allow to post with this tax code? Because now you see, if ESA 19% will go and landed into your output VAT GL. Am I right? Whatever the GL you are mapped here in the tax account, the tax amount will go and store your output GL. And this one will go to your input VAT GL. Right? But here we have a two different accounts, input or output coming here on the purchase side. Right? So it will throw that some error, right? Your output GL will only allow the output taxes. For example, let's see. I'll do something. So here, and they activated the check ID, and just I'm saving this tax code. Okay. Save. Right. So my created RSIM as well. So this is also done. You want me to create any extra tax code? Any specific tax code?
I think that's fine for
That's
Germany. Because for India, we can have so many scenarios.
Yeah, in India, we have so many scenarios, GST, CGST, and different things, right? So it's just a different thing. But the thing is, you should understand how we can set up the tax procedure. So if you wanted to create a tax process for each country wise, right? So we can't do it. We have almost 230 plus countries, right? So the basic is you should understand how we can design our logic according to match the country laws. Okay. So now I've created these many tax codes, right? Now what I'll do mappings to the VAT GLs. Okay. So, and also, and just tell me one thing. So taxes will calculate based on what? And what date? For example, posting date or document date, right? Baseline date. On what date the system will calculate the tax? Or entry date or something, whatever. We have so many these things, right?
Posting date.
Okay, posting date. You're saying posting date. For example, you purchase the invoice from vendor A on 1st December. Okay, and that time you issued with the 20% VAT. Okay, right? And due to some issues or some load work, you can't post on the same day. You try to post on the December 4th. What happened in between 3 days, the government has changed the tax rate to 18. Okay. Now, so you are posting on the 4th December, the system will calculate only 18% because we have the 18% tax rate is come active on the 4th December. But the vendor issued the invoice with the 20%. So we have some 2% gap, right? The how vendor will agree with the 18%?
No.
No, if he won't agree even if you pay $1 less to him, so he won't agree. So posting date is not a correct one. What else?
Then entry date.
Entry date also is like a posting date, right? On which date you are posting into the system, that date we call it as entry date or posting date. So entry date is also not correct.
Okay, so I mean that at the time of purchase or sale.
Yeah, whether it's a purchase or sale. Yeah, that's the same example. You take that.
Then it will take that original rate.
Original rate in the sense 1st December? No, 1st December. See, entry date is what? What is entry date? On which date you are posting particular transaction, anything in the system, that date we call it as entry date. Like same posting date. Posting date, entry date become both are similar, almost same. So you are posting on 4th December, and 4th December we don't have 20% is right. We have only 18%. Right?
Then
so
options are not there.
We have only these options, right? Document date and posting date.
Then I
So
think it will
Santosh would be
calculate from the
baseline date.
baseline. Yeah, baseline date.
Baseline date for what is baseline date basically? Baseline date is nothing but due date. Am I right?
Yeah, they're mentioning a due date which we can.
For example, take the same example. You purchase invoice from 1st December. Okay. You posted the invoice on 4th December, and you paying the invoice on the 9th December, for example. And again in 9th December, we have only 18% is active.
This is a
No, they will
document.
take. They'll take
It is
the.
a base for any calculation because on that day we
Yeah.
are going to purchase the purchase date.
So the correct answer will be the document date. And you see in my row we have two dates, right? For example, you see invoice date is nothing but your document date. This is your posting date. Yes or no? Right?
Can you repeat, Santosh?
So in any transactions, okay, we have document date and the posting date. For example, if you take Myro, your taxes will calculate based on the invoice date. Invoice date is nothing but your document date. Okay, invoice date is nothing but your document date. Okay, so here I'll show you one practical example as well over this. Okay, the posting date, I purchased the invoice on the 6th December. I posted on 20 December, for example.
Santosh, this invoice date is nothing but the date on which purchase was made.
Yes. The date on the purchase was made. So accordingly, on the date only, vendor will have allowed to calculate, take some tax amount from you, right? So taxes is always on the document date. So how the system know, right? We need to activate something, right? To activate to calculate the tax amount based on the invoice amount of the document, right? We have to do that. We have to tell to the system, right? So it should be based on the invoice date or the document date, or else the system will get confused, right? If you see here in the payments, we have the baseline date and the due date. So system don't know which date they have to capture for the tax calculation, right? So for that purpose, you have to assign your company code to the document date. You see here, assign company code to document date for the tax determination. Here you have to activate, but if this is an idea system, this is a dummy system, right? They are not using. Okay, so here you can add your company code. Okay, it is there. Yes, you have to activate this checkbox. So the tax will calculate based on the document date. Now I create the tax codes, right? Now what I'll do, I'll maintain VARGLs. So we have to assign your VARGLs to your tax codes. Your GLs is always based on your accounting key. Okay. So here we have created this tax codes, right? Where's my tax codes, right? Yeah. So input I have activated MWS, right? Here I activated ESA and ESC, right? So percent, 19%. Yes, it is 19%. Okay, what I'll do, I'll map my VAT GLs to the accounting keys based on the tax codes. Okay, for example, I'll take MWS. For MWS, we have the debit is 40. These are the posting keys. You know, right? Posting keys. So debit is 40 and credit is 50. So just select your accounting key. Okay. Click on rules. Now, just tell me. I think you know, right? GL will store in the chart of accounts, right? So select your chart of account. My chart of account by COA. Select your chart of accounts. Now you see your chart of accounts is activated your company code, tax code, and respective country. Okay. If it is not there, if you don't activate this country here, you won't see in the accounts tab country option. Okay. If you won't see the country option, it will become difficult for you to whether I have mapped the correct. I have mapped all the tax GLs for the VAT GLs or not. Okay. So it's always suggestible to activate the reporting country. Don't do any changes. Just select your chart of accounts. Go to accounts. Now you see here. These one tax codes is already mapped to the VAT GLs. For example, A1 is already mapped. No need to map again because I have created I've used the same tax codes. This tax codes is already existed in the German tax procedure, in a different tax procedure, right? For all the tax procedure, we are using the same accounting key, right? MWST. So that is the reason you can see that some existing entries. If you use a different accounting key, you won't see here. It should be black. So A1 is also used, is already mapped. A1, A2, A0, which is already mapped, right? So for MWST, nothing to do. It's okay. If you want to map any new tax code, for example, you just go and click new entries and you will enter your tax code some XX and country is Germany, and you will enter your VAT GL and you will save it. Okay.
Santosh, I have a doubt over here. If there is no country mapped over here, that means this tax code is applicable for all the countries. Like if you can say V2 in this tax code, if you go down.
V2.
Yes, it is not mapped to TE. That means is this tax code applicable for all the country?
Mostly it will applicable for all the country. You are not reporting under specific country, right? So we can use this V2 for all the countries. It is not country specific.
Okay. So if you have to make it country specific, we have to give a country code like D or something.
Yeah. If it is not a mandate, it's not a mandate, right? In each company code, in each country, you will create with the tax code V2. Some case we create with a different code also, right? So for example, you are using the same tax code for all tax process for all the countries. No need to maintain country. You can maintain directly tax code and the GL mapping.
GL account. Okay.
Because in all the tax code, the tax procedure, we are created the same countries, same tax codes, right? So in that case, no need to maintain the country. It's not required.
Santosh, like how this tax code, like in FTXP, if we are creating, then definitely it will ask for the country, right?
Yes.
So without country, how can we create tax?
It will without country. See, I'm not talking about the tax code creations. I'm mapping the VAT GLs, right? The VAT GL will map.
Yeah, that's right. I agree. Mapping the GLs. But if you look at the columns 2, the one which you highlighted, V2, it is not showing any country, right?
Yes.
So how that can be created in SAP?
The V2 tax.
You create any tax code like globally.
You wanted to see how the V2 tax code is created?
Right.
It's very simple. I'll show you that. So for example, FTXA.
No, not FTXP. Go to FTXP.
FTXP, okay.
So as soon as we log in, it will ask for the country, right?
Right.
So without country, how can we create?
Without country, we won't create. Then without country, you can't create. But here, you're not creating the tax code. You're mapping the tax code to the VAT GL. While doing a mapping here, no need to give reporting country. If you see, for example, Aparna, is my A3 tax code is here, right? From OB40 also, we can map the VAT GLs. Am I right?
Right.
And within tax code also, we can create the map. If you click on the tax codes, now it is asking
here also
only.
We can directly go. Yeah, here also we can go. But
my question, let me finish it. Here, when I'm trying to map the VAT GL, it is asking only chart of accounts. It is not asking anywhere to enter the country, which is not required. You see here.
Because it is created under D, right?
Yeah, it is created under D. Without mapping the country also, we can use it, no problem.
Maybe she's referring that we are mapping or not. Is it a auto-populated D which has been mentioned over here, or we have to map it? I think it has been mapped, right? So we have to put DE if at all it is required for us to map through the country, right?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say here, if you change, if you use the country options here,
the question means if at all I'll take T9.
Okay.
T9, the country mentioned as DE, right? So we can delete the DE if at all we need to use it globally. Is it so?
Yeah, if you are creating the same tax code DE in a different and globally, you can use it.
So the question is how to create a tax code globally.
See, global in the sense you can't create in a once a time. You have to create in each country wise.
Okay.
That is what my question, Santosh.
Yeah.
We can just assign the GL accounts for the tax codes.
Yes.
But we cannot create any tax code without country.
Yes. Without country, you can't create any tax codes.
That is what I was saying.
That is true. That is true. Without country, see, before you entering into the tax code creation, right? It will ask the country. Without giving the country, how you go to the further, right? You can't go further. Yeah, it's required. Country is required.
So while creating this V2 tax code, how come this country got missed?
No.
Default. Yeah. It doesn't mean that they are creating like for V2 tax code. Just they are defining the GL accounts irrespective of the country, so that
at the chart of account level.
They are not actually mapping it here.
Now you see, the tax code is a required entry. GL account is a required entry. Country is not required. So we can map without country and with country as well.
So it is applicable for all the countries.
Yes. So if the tax code XX is existed in your all tax procedure, it will applicable for your all tax procedure. No need to maintain for each country wise. You can maintain it directly by keeping it as blank. If you keep it blank, it will apply for your all the company codes. Right.
Also one thing, Santosh, I have thought for using this tax code, which is for all globally, we have to map it with every company country codes, right?
Yes.
For creation part.
Yes, you have to create under each country a tax procedure.
Okay, individually I have to create for each country.
Yes, you have to create individually. No option. There is no option.
Tax code at country level.
Yes. Yeah, tax code is always country level. So you have to create it under individual tax procedure. For each company code, you have to create it. There is no option. Okay.
And Santosh, I wanted to ask one thing regarding that out of scope tax code. You said that it is applicable at customer level. So is it because some products are
mostly we will use only for intercompany sales.
Okay, so is it because in some countries the product which are in A country it is out of scope, but it could be in B country it is not out of scope. That's why it's not product at product level.
Can you repeat again your question, please?
Yeah, I'm saying it's not applicable on products because in some country the product may be out of scope. It falls under out of scope category, but in some country it's not.
Products won't be fall under out of scope, right? Whether it's a zero rate, exempt rate, or standard rate is reduced rate. Out of scope will only depends on the transaction, what kind of transaction you are posting. For example, you are posting intercompany transaction. This transaction is not really relevant for taxes, right? So in that cases, you will use the out of scope. We don't have any customers, and we have some limited customers. Okay, but mostly out of scope will work only the base nature of the transaction.
Nature of the transaction. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So what kind of transaction you are posting into the system? Because you are posting within the same legal entities. Okay, the same legal entities is not relevant for taxes, right? This is out of scope for a company code A or B. So in that cases only we'll use the out of scope scenarios. Only for mostly for Europe and APAC countries, they'll use out of scope.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In the context of SAP Vertex, what does the term Vertex O series refer to? Option A, a new version of S/4HANA. Option B, a set of tax compliance tools. Option C, a type of database. Option D, a performance monitoring tool. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a whiz at managing supplies? Our SAP Vertex on S/4HANA course is here for you. You can learn at your speed on our site. In this course, you'll master SAP Vertex on S/4HANA. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, ensuring we have enough products and getting them where they need to be. Our course covers it all, from basics to pro tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with tons of experience. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students love this course too. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. Best part? It's affordable and won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP Vertex on S/4HANA Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
Why? Because if I started that initially with SAP Vertex integration, so it's very difficult to understand. First, you should know how the Vertex system will work. You should know that the functionality, okay? And later on that you know that SAP also, right? So if you know this systems how it's working, then based on that you can understand the integration part very easily. So there's the reason I stopped Vertex and I started the SAP thing.
I have one more doubt. Like, see, Vertex, like it's mandatory to have it for all the companies they are using it.
No. For example, see, for many big organizations will go for the Vertex. For example, you have a middle scale, small scale industries, right? They don't have that much of budget to buy the license from Vertex, right? So Vertex is very big thing in terms of license, right? We have the same setup in SAP also. Why should we go for the Vertex again, the tax setup?
Right. So how does it is different from SAP reporting to government and Vertex reporting? What exactly the difference between these two?
We'll go through in our sessions. I'll show you what is the difference in between. Let's see, in Vertex, everything is in real time. Okay. So for example, in SAP or in any countries, if the countries change any tax rates, right? So everything you have to, for example, you have to create a new tax code or else you have to change the tax rate in the tax code level, right? But in Vertex, no need to do anything from
That
your end.
is the
So what?
one thing.
Yeah,
Agree.
that is one thing. And we have some customized reports where we can match the tax audit compliance or something file returns, right? So we have some customized reports in Vertex where we can define as per our requirement or as per the country requirements. So that flexibility we have it.
So you
That
mean
is
to say that in SAP it is not supporting country-wise
SAP is
legal
also
requirement?
SAP is also supporting, but to more flexible, we have such options in Vertex as well. Yeah, that is what just I'm asking.
Is like advance advance payment of like tax which we pay?
Yeah, that's deferred tax is nothing but the amount of taxes. Okay, the company has underpaid, which will be made up for the future transactions. For example, before you made any purchase, right, from the vendor, you pay some amount in advance. Okay, so that the amount we call it as a deferred tax. You will pay some amount, tax amount, I would say, in advance. Okay, so only the deferred tax only is applicable for the services, not for the goods. Okay, and there are only few countries will have this deferred tax functionality. For example, France. I think it's a Singapore or Malaysia. I don't remember exactly. It's a Singapore or Malaysia. There are some certain countries are followed the deferred tax functionality. It is not existed in all the countries. Only few countries are followed the deferred tax. You know, right? Withholding taxes also will have only limited countries, right? India, Thailand, right? Mexico, Brazil, Indonesia. Yes, Indonesia. Only few countries are following the withholding tax. Like same deferred tax
Can you
also.
explain, Santosh, the withholding tax? Because
Withholding tax, what is the different things? Okay, we'll see if you have time. Okay. So only there's a few countries are following this deferred tax. Okay, how to set up the deferred tax? Some specific vendors. Okay, all the vendors are not deferred vendors. Okay, there are only specific vendors. They always issue only deferred related invoices. They will not as like a regular vendor. Okay, we can hard code those vendor with the direct to the tax code something. Okay, they won't issue. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just I have got that vendor can be like supplier. Can supply the materials as well as services also. So if that is the case, then
if
the tax code.
If that vendor is a deferred vendor, he won't supply goods. Okay, that's the reason I'm telling that we have the specific vendors for the deferred. They won't supply goods.
Okay, you mean to say like whoever is the deferred eligible, they are only for the services, not the
services, not the goods. Okay. So if you have, for example, you have a request from the business that this vendor is a deferred vendor. Okay. You can go ahead and ask them that if this vendor is a deferred vendor, this end vendor will issue always the same kind of invoices. If yes, we will directly go and outcode that vendor with a particular tax code, right? With a tax rate. So that's the functionality we can do in generally. So we can hard code them directly. No need. If in case going forward, if that vendor is becoming a regular vendor, right? If it changes the business, right? So in that case, you have to remove from hard coding, from the default setup. So in that case, we can use that vendor as a regular vendor, and you can sell both goods or services. the first thing we have to define a deferred tax rules. Okay. The second thing we have to assign deferred tax rules to your company code. One is to create a deferred tax course. For tax codes. Again, here we need some deferred tax code. I told you, right? We will pay the taxes in advance, right? In advance, in the sense, if the actual purchase is not made, right? The tax amount cannot, the vendor, he can't store the tax amount in the VAT GL, right? Input VAT GL. Yes or no? For example.
Right. Because again, it is going to be submitted to the government, right?
Yes, yes. So what you do, you will store the tax amount in a deferred VAT GL. Okay. For example, I paid 1,000 rupees in advance as a tax amount. Okay. So I have not made any purchases. So what vendor do? You store that 1,000 rupees in a VAT GL. For example, my VAT GL is 1122. Okay. So now, for example, when I purchase any transactions, so in that times my tax amount is again same 1,000 rupees, right? So that time I no need to pay the taxes again, right? So I have some advance with the vendor. So you can adjust, you can reconcile with that, right? So what he do, he will transfer this deferred amount from to his actual VAT GL. For example, 123. So this is, we call it as a deferred tax program, transfer program. We have some certain program where we can run that program and we can transfer that the deferred VAT GL amount to your actual input GL. Okay, so that is the purpose. So we will create a deferred tax for the deferred transaction, and to transfer your deferred amount to your actual amount, right? Your actual VAT GL. So in that case, we will use our target tax code. Maybe I will go through that. Okay, you will get to know how it works. Okay.
Santosh, I have one doubt here. The deferred tax is mainly for purchases, right? Assume that my company is a service provider and we may give like subcontracting to other vendor who can do service on behalf of me. If that is a case, this deferred tax is like input or output, like how it is going to be?
Deferred tax is always input only, right?
Input. Okay. So if I'm doing, our company is doing services to customer. Okay.
Okay.
In that case, like whoever is receiving the services, they can claim the deferred tax on us, our company code.
They can claim the deferred tax. You mean customer? Right. For example, if the customer is purchased from you, so they can claim the deferred. Yes.
Okay. So because of some like location or something, like we can give subcontracting services to some other vendor on our behalf.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I understand. Okay. For example. Okay. Okay.
So if that is the case, how it is going to work?
So for example, you said, for example, customer C is a customer, okay, and your company is A. So earlier you made some purchases, deferred transactions to this customer, right? So later on you have changed it from A to B, some third party vendor, right? Right? What they do?
Right.
So they will. anyway, so this customer will not approach you, right? For the once you transfer your this one, the business to vendor B, right? So they will directly purchase from the vendor D, right? Whatever the configuration we have in with your company code in your system, right? We will remove that and we will change it to the vendor B.
Here, it is something like a dropship scenarios.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will get the order, okay, for service providing. Okay,
one thing, and that this deferred tax and this non-deductible tax only existed within domestic country, domestic only.
Okay.
Okay, one thing that is, yeah, now go ahead.
Okay. So if that is a case, assume that like our office in company code in Hyderabad, okay, we got some customer from Delhi, okay.
Okay.
So instead of going our service person and providing the services, we can ask some other vendor can do the services on our behalf to that customer, our customer.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
So if that is a case, how this deferred tax is going? I mean, can be booked in all these in our company code.
Example, Aparna, here is nothing is changed, right? So you are purchasing this vendor, this customer is purchasing from you, for example, first time, in initial time, right? So you have become a vendor deferred for this customer, right? So based on these setups, we had coded you into some deferred tax setup. So later on, you have changed your services to vendor B, which is in Delhi, right?
This is only one time, not regular.
Not one time, for example. So in that case, I will not do any hard coding. So I will do some setup. I will do some tax assist rules if you are using Vertex. Okay. I will use some tax assist rules, or I will use some condition records, right? I'll make some condition records based on the material number or based on the vendor number with specifying some valid date on that particular day, for example. So in that way also I can hard code that vendor only for one time. Maybe I hope you understood that, right?
Yeah, I got that point. Yep.
It's clear, right? So first we'll see how we can define the deferred tax rules. So the path for this, reference IMG, initial accounting, general ledger accounting, and the general ledger accounting, periodic processing, report, the report, sales and purchase tax return. Where is deferred taxes? Okay. So here you have to define okay, somebody is already. So you are going to clear the invoice, right? So you have three options here. For invoice clearing, for tax code and business area, for tax code and without clearing. So we use the deferred tax for the clearing purposes, right? So if you want to create a new entity, just create a rule, for example, 2 with the same document with clearing. For example, if you assume that if the vendor is a deferred vendor, we have some conditions also here. For example, that vendor is a deferred vendor, but is not 100% deferred vendor. Okay. So he wanted to do some non-deductible. For example, you calculating 20% is a deferred. Okay. So in that, so he is not eligible to deduct fully. For example, 4% is a non-deductible. You want to adjust that non-deductible as well, right? 4% NVV. Okay, maybe 4%. 60% is a deferred vendor. Okay, and 4% is a non-deductible. So you wanted to adjust the non-deductible along with your deferred tax. So in that cases, you will use this non-deductible set. So fully paid, fully debit, fully credit, and along with also, if the vendor is 100% deferred, no need to select this one. The vendor is partial deductible. For example, he is eligible to calculate only 16%, and the rest 4% will go to the your non-deductible set. So in that case, you have to activate this checkbox. Okay, but this I see only few scenarios for Mexico and France. France is very much similar with the deferred tax setup. Okay. So, so for that cases, you have to activate this checkbox. Okay. So what I'll do fully paid credit and debit. Okay. So if I'm using non-deductible, I'll use this as well, or else you just keep it blank. Okay. Now this is at the client level. So no need to create for any company code wise. We can use for any other company, any company code. We can map this rule, deferred tax rule for any company code. Who are those companies are responsible for to collect the deferred tax. Okay. So now I'm going back. So I have created my rule 2. Oh, sorry, I selected this. Value data as a document date. Tax is always on the document date, right? Now go back. Now you can assign to your company code. So my company code is 10. Take position and search for your company. So I'll assign my rule 2 here. So this is a German-based company code. In German, we don't have deferred tax. But why I've taken this company code? Because this company code set out fully. You know, right? Some master data issues not existed for this company code. That is the reason I am using this company code.
We are assigning deferred tax rule at company code level. So how like a system will identify respective vendor belongs to deferred or not only based on the tax code? So which is in
See why we are assigning in the sense you have to transfer your deferred VAT amount, right? Your deferred VAT amount GL to your actual GL. So that is the reason we are mapping the deferred tax rule to your company code. Forgot about the vendor. Anyway, we were hardcode that vendor.
My doubt is if you go to the previous setup configuration, deferred tax rule configuration.
Deferred tax rule configuration. First one.
You can keep this session.
This one?
Well, here, if I look at this one, we are fully paid debit and credit and not deductible.
Yes.
So that means like this company code can accept like fully paid, like all the vendors of fully paid, credit debits and non-deductible also. It includes. So how does it matter if we select all these checkboxes? What is our other checkboxes then?
Because if you are using in higher rate, for example in tax code level, we have some certain conditions, right? Non-deductible or input taxes, right? So your question is that why you are selecting that fully paid credit and fully paid debit and non-deductible, right?
Correct.
So for example, you are posting an vendor invoice with a deductible setup, right? If vendor issued with a deductible invoice, deferred invoice. If you don't have this setup, how the system can understand that this is a deferred invoice?
Right.
Because you are posting in some specific tax code, the tax code which is relevant to your company code.
Okay, I got that point. Here, my doubt is, see, check must clear. What is this other check boxes and tax doc rate and something is there? No,
This
check
one,
boxes.
this one,
Check box. No, no, no. Check boxes.
this
Now
one.
we select.
Check must clear, fully paid debit, sorry, fully paid credit, fully paid debit. Fully paid credit means whatever you pay that.
This is I'm clear. This is I'm clear. Credit and debit of the vendors, like whatever we are paying, and if we are getting back, I mean something like debit and credit is okay, and not deductible also, that is fine. And what about the other check boxes which is not got selected?
Which is not required, right? So you see, anyway, you have to clear the invoice. That is sure, right? So you have to clear the invoice from the. You have to transfer the deferred amount from the deferred VAT GL to VAT GL, which is because I never use these options. So that's the reason. So I'm not explaining you. We have so many options in what SAP, right? So we can't use each and everything.
I mean to say, what is the harm in selecting all these options?
I never tried. I never tried these options. So I tried only these things.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the role of the SAP integration suite in connecting SAP Vertex to S/4HANA? Option A, enhancing user interface design. Option B, providing middleware services for data integration. Option C, managing database backups. Option D, conducting financial audits. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a whiz at managing supplies? Our SAP Vertex on S/4HANA course is here for you. You can learn at your speed on our site. In this course, you'll master SAP Vertex on S/4HANA. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, ensuring we have enough products and getting them where they need to be. Our course covers it all, from basics to pro tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with tons of experience. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students love this course too. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. Best part? It's affordable and won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP Vertex on S/4HANA Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.